Yes, Z, this again. Welcome everybody to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen, share the live. If you do happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned. Well, go ahead and request on up. We will be taking guests fairly soon, but I do want to make sure that we get the likes up a little bit, maybe get a few more viewers in here. It helps us to keep our momentum going if we get a good start. But thank you to Raccoon and Legion for helping knock out the goal before I even got my mic unmuted. Thank you guys so much. Kira says gifting on faith. Is that faith that that the live will actually be worth it? It's faith that we will have some decent conversations tonight. I've seen evidence of it. It's happened before. Device for the music. It's just, I don't even know how to describe how broken and terrible this screen is, but everything's about 2 inches from where it actually is, so you have to touch the screen and guess and hope that it's going to work out. And when I opened the screen right at the beginning of the live to start the music, everything was normal. The screen was like, it didn't look staticky, it didn't look out of place. And I went and I pushed the button to start the music, and it started just fine. And I was like, wow, I didn't have to push 2 inches away. And then I realized the Bluetooth wasn't connected, so I had to open the Bluetooth menu. And as soon as I did that, the screen shifted, lines appeared everywhere, and it was back to normal. So at least I started on a good note. It is an epic tale, Z. The epic tale of the music device that never quite works like I want it to. And for once, for at least one button press, it did. And now we've got this music, and I could change it, but it's a guess. But in the meantime, we're at nearly 3,000 likes. We've got 15 people watching. That's amazing right there off the bat. We've only just begun. If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having that belief questioned, if you're open to questioning that belief yourself, well, you are definitely in the right place. Make sure you request on up, and we will be taking guests very soon. Legion says it's divine intervention. Was the intervention making the screen work for one button press? Or was it the making the screen mess up right after? I guess, like, how many tricks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, the world may never know. That's what it is, Raccoon. It's all the burgled gods in the shed. They're all just interfering with my electronics. Clearly, that's what happens. Tico's Grage. Yes, we are. We are questioning people. Interesting choice in screen names there. So, if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, if you're open to having your belief questioned, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you. I'm not interested in burgling your god or shaming you for your beliefs. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it, if you even know. And if you don't believe in a god, well, stick around. Get your questions ready. If they are on topic and helpful, there's every chance I might read them and find out what our guests think about your questions. And there we go, breaking 5,000 likes. Thank you all so much. I think we're ready. Let's see who we've got.
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
Yes. Well, yes and no. Can I say this? But like, it's like a confusing thing. Like, yes, I do believe, like, don't get me wrong, but I still question things, you know? Like, I feel like I'm a very imaginative person. So I want to go off of the basis for something else. So
I'm
what?
sorry. So I had asked you if you believed in a god or gods. You want to talk about something else?
Oh no, I'm saying like, what about nothing?
What do you mean, what about nothing?
What about when you leave? Nothing. Nothing else.
Is that what you believe, or are you just asking questions?
I'm just asking because like I just thought about that. I just been studying on stuff recently, and it's not that I don't really necessarily fully believe it, but I've just heard something that just like I don't know, it kind of rubbed me a certain way, but it's not that I fully believe that, but it's an open possibility. So I remember somebody was like, what, like, if you think of life, we're not owed anything. All this stuff is based off of our morals. Why would we be owed the afterlife to be happy or whatever we want to believe? Wouldn't that just be our brain trying to convince us that we're going to have this happy life?
I don't have answers for you. I do have questions. And the question that I've asked was if you believed in a god or gods. It sounded like you said yes, but, and now you're asking about the possibility of there being nothing after you unalive.
Yes. So I want you to.
I was asking about your belief in a god, and I am curious how that reconciles with the idea of there being nothing. Have you believed in an afterlife before?
Yes, but
What afterlife did you believe in?
heaven.
Do you still think that is there waiting for you?
I don't know.
Do you believe that there is some God that wants you to behave a certain way in order for you to get a reward or a punishment?
I don't know. Like, and I'm saying that with all genuine
I
intent.
understand, and I'm not going to push on the I don't knows too much for right now. I think I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer. you don't know if you believe in hell still. You don't know if you believe even that the God is there. Is that accurate?
It's not more so of a comfort thing or me not wanting to feel morals, because I feel like when it
I
comes
wasn't
to
I wasn't asking about comfort or morals. I was just asking to make sure that I understood that you're having doubts about God and
my
heaven.
apologies, I was reading the person in the comments, but
Oh, I see.
yes,
So you have doubts about God and heaven, and you're now considering the possibility of nothing.
yes, but I still like the idea of God in heaven.
Why?
I think it's a beautiful thing, but it's just, I don't know. Again, like, okay, so internal happiness, it just doesn't seem realistic. And maybe it might be me not thinking it from a spiritual standpoint, but who's to say that we have a spirit?
It sounds like you're already asking some of the right questions. Like, what even is a spirit?
Because from the way I look at it, and it's not like I'm trying to look at it from a, okay, so I get the concept of Christianity is a belief system, but the thing is, like, and I get that's the whole idea, but what if somebody just made that just so they could keep control over people? Or what what if, like, what if on a literal sense it's just for the control of people, because it's been used for that for centuries. So it's just like, I'm not trying to doubt that, but it's more so at the same time.
You say you're not trying to doubt that, but it sounds like you are doubting that. What
Yeah,
is it that's causing you doubt, TKO?
just, I was just looking up people's when near death experiences, so NDEs, and when I was looking it up, I just thought that it was the brain activity afterwards of their brain. But that's the thing that gets me. If their brain activity was trying to make itself be peaceful, the brain is its own entity. We are our brains in a way. So with that being said, that's the part that gets me about the whole afterlife thing. Why would our brains try to prepare us for its own unalivement, for its own settlement? It doesn't make sense when the brain could just shut down. So that's the only thing that confuses me about the whole part of the brain playing a scenario and having all of these waves after somebody's alleviation of the world. It just doesn't make sense to me why the
It
brain.
doesn't. I'm sorry. It doesn't make sense to you why the brain would give you an experience like that.
Yes, like it doesn't make sense, because why would the brain need to give itself its own feelings? Like, I understand the part of consciousness, but why would it need to ease its own consciousness to believe something that's not real, instead of accepting the rest of the body's process that, hey, one day we're going to die?
Have you ever been severely injured?
No.
Do you know what a state of shock is when someone says they're in shock?
Yes.
Do you understand why people use shock or why people go into shock?
No, I'm unaware.
I have more to tell you, but I think somebody with a little more experience might have a slightly more informative tone here. Go ahead, Kat.
Thank you. Hi, how are you? Uh,
I'm
she
good. How about
has
you?
teacups now. I'm great, thank you. So yeah, NDs. I love this subject. Do you know? It sounds like you've like kind of looked into them. Um, but maybe I can offer a little bit more insight into like what's happening in your brain and why. Um, so when your brain realizes that your body is unaliving, like your heart is stopping or has stopped, right? There's a bunch of things that it does. And the reason that it does these things is because one of your brain's primary functions is to protect you from traumatic things. Like, like there's all kinds of things our brains do to protect us from trauma, like various levels of trauma. Um, and so this is one of those things because it's like the most traumatic thing that'll ever happen to you, probably, you know. Um, and so it your brain basically functions on a bunch of chemicals like firing and it fires a huge amount of chemicals, including one that it doesn't really fire any other time except for maybe when you're dreaming, um, probably when you're dreaming, but it gives you this dump, and it is to protect you from this trauma. And so it becomes a almost a very like almost hallucinogenic experience, but it's like very intense and feels very very real, even though it's at its basis just your brain trying to protect you from what is happening to your body.
But that's the thing, to protect me. It the okay, so the
Protect
reason,
itself more,
yeah,
like, you
but
know.
it's just like, to me, that's the part. And I know like the brain's confusing, but if you do know the answer to this, the part that confuses me is I understand that that's how the brain works and it reacts in that certain way, but at some point it has to know acceptance, and it has so many things that it could use, and it could turn off its own emotions. Because like, think about like people getting lobotomies back then, or people having traumatic to their brain and becoming a different person. So, with that being said, the brain could just turn itself off for certain things or shut down certain emotions. So, why doesn't it just do that? Why does it feel the need?
It
That's a
can't
great
really.
question, though.
Because that seems more protective than
That's
anything.
a great question for like a neurologist or a
Yeah,
neuroscientist to get into the why it does this instead of this.
Because
But
it's like
I don't
depression.
know. I don't know that it could shut down your like, you know what I mean?
But when you're
I mean,
depressed,
I
I'm
don't know that
sorry.
it could. Maybe it could, but
It's like
what
when
I
you're
don't know.
what I
depressed.
am hearing though, what I am hearing, TKO, is that you have a lot of questions, not necessarily related to belief, but to, in this case, the scientific process, the the um, the brain chemicals involved, the neurology involved. It doesn't sound like you're questioning belief so much as you are trying to understand what actually happens.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just more so for me. I do believe, but at the same time, it's just that as well. Like, these are the facts. And it's like I could answer everything for myself when it comes to some of those things, like how people have certain out of bodies of the subconscious brain always picks up on a lot of things. I could answer those main things, but that's really the thing that gets me. That it just when it and
Let
I
me
get
ask you, just to keep us on topic, TKO.
yeah.
It sounds like you have a lot of questions that would serve you well in other places. Maybe even some of the people in our Discord might be able to help you. But the question I want to ask relate mostly to God belief and why people have it, why they um, hold on to it, what it does for them, that kind of thing. Um, I I really appreciate the curiosity and the state that you're in right now, but I wonder, um, as you're doubting your God and your heaven, finding yourself questioning a non-existent afterlife, or um, the scientific process of what happens during an NDE, does it feel like there's really very much of a belief in a God left?
I feel so, yes. Because at the same time, it's so many things that are unexplained. So it's like I can't be just one sided or dumbed down and feel like, okay, well, let me just shut off the possibilities of the world because I don't know what the meaning of life is, even if it is nothing. I don't know.
I hear you saying, I don't know, and that's fine. It's a great answer. But I'm not asking whether you know there's a God or not, whether you know there is. I'm asking whether you believe there is, and how much you might still believe.
Well, I feel that I believe in God because in situations of anxiety or danger, that will be the person that I call out to. But I just don't feel like when it comes to really thinking, like,
Have you
really,
been in a situation where you've called out to God in anxiety or danger,
yes,
and it was God you called out to?
yes.
And did he help?
I feel as though God helped me.
How did God help you?
Um, I was fine. I was protected. I was calm. I just believed that God will help me, and then I was just calm.
So you believed God would help you. You called out to him, and then you were calm.
Yes.
Do you think that perhaps somebody could be in the same situation and call out for their mother instead and suddenly feel that calm?
Yes.
Could they could they call out um, for a fictional character for the Incredible Hulk, if that is their comfort character,
Yes.
and still feel the same kind of calm?
Yes.
Could it be that that calm is induced not by God, but by your brain pulling forth something comforting, a thought?
Yes, that's a possibility.
What reason do you have to believe that it would?
I don't really fully love myself to believe in myself that deeply. So if there wasn't anything that I felt like could protect me, then nothing could.
Mhm. You don't fully love yourself enough to treat yourself that well. How do you know that um, your mind, you're the same one that would try to unconsciously protect itself by releasing the chemicals Kat talked about? How do you know that it wouldn't also um, give you a similar treatment in a stressful situation? Not the full chemical dump, but some kind of alleviation when you choose a comforting thought.
Because I was in a space like that when I did believe like nothing. And even when I was in stressful situations, like I feel like once I like started thinking about God, I didn't have, and I don't know if it's because of that, like what I said before, or what would be the reason, but I wasn't calm in those stressful situations, even if I thought about my mother or anything like that. And I felt like my life did get better once I was introduced to God. So even if God isn't a physical embodiment, I do feel like within the earth, God has brought me a lot to my life, even if God isn't a physical being. I mean, and
Like
I feel,
like the thought of it is doing the work.
yes, because I feel like that's a peaceful thing to think of rather than,
Kat has a question.
You know
yeah,
what I'm gonna ask, don't you?
Are you going to ask the does it matter or the other one?
I don't know what the other one is. What I'm gonna ask is, does God have to? exist to be meaningful?
I think so.
Really?
Yes. I feel like unless we were like born different and we were all taught the same thing and we were all taught, hey, this is going to happen when you leave and that's it. I feel like the world will be at peace that way, but I feel like this is more of a peaceful way because thinking from when you're little and then growing up and then imagining nothing, even though it's like you can't really do anything about it, it's still a scary thought. It just makes you like be
It's
scared.
comforting for me, but um that's just kind of indicative of subjective experience. That kind of is like the opposite of what you just said though. Right, Thrayle? Am I
No, you're not. You're not wrong.
But it's
I
just
didn't
for
expect
me.
that response.
I didn't expect that at all,
But it,
At the
actually.
it
same time,
reframes everything
it's
before now.
it's more so like I want to experience everything. So yes, it is hard to accept the fact that possibly there will be nothing, but at the same time, it is comforting to think that because it's like I don't necessarily want to not be here anymore and then not get to experience everything in my life. Like working all your life, doing all these things all your life, and then nothing. And I feel like that's like one of the reasons why religions were made, but it's just still such a sad thing to think that all the people you see unalived or that aren't here anymore, that's it for them. They didn't even get to experience life and they just no longer exist. Everything that they loved or they wanted to do, they never got to accomplish it. It's like as if they had no meaning. And that's really sad.
You think as if they had no meaning. Meaning to what?
Everything that they did, it meant nothing. They never
Meant
got to.
it meant what to who? Or that it means something to me, right?
Yeah.
Who is their life supposed to mean something
To themselves.
it
The
if
meaning.
right, if they're gone, right? If they're gone now, but when they were here, they had meaning. Then why, when they're gone, does it have to, like, who's it going to mean anything to if they're gone?
No, I'm saying, imagine like, well, it's nice reality for a lot of people, working your whole life, and then this is what you truly want to do. You're never able to do it, and
Right,
then
regrets. People have regrets.
oh, think that's a good word. So just a regretful life, and I just feel like that's sad to only think of one life, but it's also scary to think of multiple lives as well. But it's just also hard to believe that after you're not here no more, you cease to exist. Like I could understand not being the same thing you were before, but not existing period. I just can't see that.
I see.
Hmm.
Do you
How do
remember
you know
before
you've
you were born?
No, I don't remember anything before I was born.
Can you imagine what everything was before you were born?
No.
Okay. Does it matter?
No.
Why would it matter on the other end?
I don't know. I feel like it just matters to me now because I don't know. I just want to see everything, all the things that I dreamed, that I felt. I want to be able to see them.
I understand that. Go ahead, Kat.
um I don't know if I want to do that actually.
I understand. Um, it sounds to me, TKO, like you have a fear of missing out. You don't want to miss out on what's next after your life. You don't want to not see what happens with humanity, the world. Probably, is that accurate?
Yeah, but I
Is
think
that is that most of what holds you onto any hope of an afterlife? Is the idea of getting to experience a little bit more?
I guess so. Cause it's like if people truly, if they truly know, and that happens to be the fact that there is nothing, that's truly a disturbing person to know that there is nothing for a person and still do all the things that you do because it doesn't matter because for you, okay, they want to exist, so it doesn't matter. And that's just a really sad thing, even though that
TKO, I'm curious if you did wake up tomorrow and find out there was no reason to believe there was an afterlife or a God or anything like that, just what you see is what you get, and when you're gone, lights out. What would that change about the way you live your life?
I wouldn't work. I would I would travel everywhere that I could, but I just feel like there's so many things that I want to do that I won't be able to do it in my lifetime, and that's upsetting.
So you would recognize that you have a limited life and want to experience as much as you can now.
Yeah.
Would that be so bad?
Yes,
Why?
because I don't know. I get it not existing and that's cool, but it's just like and I get the piece of it, but I don't know. I just and I know that sounds so weird. This what I'm about to say is gonna sound so weird, but I just felt like I felt that before. But it wasn't like I was not existing. It was like I wasn't here, but I was here at the same time. And I don't like that feeling.
You don't like the feeling of not being here but being somewhere.
Yes, like, and I know that sounds like very odd, but I feel that feeling. Like every time I think of about the non-existence, it's not like I'm not here. It's like I'm here, but I'm not there, and it's like I don't have eyes, I don't have ears, I don't have like anything, but I'm present. And I just don't like the feeling of that. And it feels very familiar. And every time I like think of that, I don't like thinking. It's like, I don't know.
Why, if you're not existing, would you be present? It sounds like you're afraid of something that you say it sounds familiar, this state of being without a being. Um, but why would you fear that if it's just a familiar thought? Is that something you actually have a reason to believe would happen?
It's as almost as yes and no. Because it's like I could believe, or it's like I could go with a scientific route and believe that since like we have no proof of any of this, but at the same time, then I could think of another route. We
Sure,
believe,
you could imagine a million different worlds,
yeah, but
afterlives,
like think
non
about it.
afterlives. I'm sure you could imagine different scenarios. I don't know how any of them are going to um, give you enough reason to be afraid if they are just things you imagine.
But it's like, even with, it's just like, it's so many different ways. And it's like, what annoys me is what we have proven now. But what if there's certain technology that, or a certain frame or lens, because we didn't know until recently how the brain has multiple different lenses that it needs to see in order to formulate an image. So even with that being the case, what if the spirit does exist and we don't have the technology to see it because we didn't look at it from a certain infrared, or we didn't look at it from a certain perspective, or use certain technologies or chemicals to be able to see that? And it's just like, in the olden days when they didn't have access to certain things, and it exists but we didn't know about it because we didn't have access to that technology.
So you're worried that one day they'll find some technology that shows us something in the future, that our lives, or our existence, continues after death in a painful way.
I'm not worried. It's just more so that's what makes me question everything, because it's just, I want
It's
to
a good thing to question.
You know,
It's a good thing to question, TKO, but I wonder if you're putting a lot more worry behind some of the I don't knows than they deserve. Do you know what I mean?
No, I understand.
What good does it do you to worry?
It doesn't.
Do you think that there is a God that will judge you for not knowing?
No.
Would it even make sense?
No, because that also doesn't make sense, because we were raised by our parents, and depending on the circumstances that we were put in, really dictated our future for us.
So if you believe that, then what is there actually to worry about?
Just not existing. I don't know. It's just like the thought of not
I hear you. That one can suck. I think Kat might have something to add on that.
It's kind of, I'll see. I might be able to find a question here. I have a friend who's here sometimes, and much older than any of the three of us actually, and he has quite a bit of anxiety for the exact same reasons that you have stated here. Like the idea about not existing makes him very uncomfortable, and he doesn't want to miss out on what happens after he unalives. But this also is pretty much a lifelong atheist. He doesn't never believe in gods, and so it's like something he still has to like wrestle with, like this fear, right? It's not necessarily tied to a god, something that we can experience. Is there a need, like, do you need
You're cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, you cut out there.
than solving the problem?
You cut out right at the end, Kat, on the question.
I did find one though.
You did find a question. Real quick, I'm going to thank Rachel for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Rachel.
Is it better?
Yes.
Maybe? The belief in God or anything other than it solves this problem for you.
I feel so, yes. I feel like it's a great thing to think, to have that peace of mind.
Is it really giving you peace of mind?
Non-existent problem?
Uh-oh.
I was just asking if that peace of mind that you were referring to was like the peace of mind that solves the problem of non-existence. Is that what you mean?
I guess so, yeah.
So it just, so it is just because it solves this problem.
I would say like one of the problems, yeah.
It solves one of the... I forgot it.
But it's just like also like how is it really bringing about is it really bringing you peace of mind? This is what your question was, Thrayle. I don't know if you had more to add to that.
That's right.
I would say a little bit, yeah. Like thinking
if it's leading you to all of these questions, if it's leading you to this stress, is it really?
I mean, thinking that nothing will be there, I just don't feel like that will bring me any peace of mind. I have really bad anxiety.
Thinking nothing will be there makes it sound like there with nothing, which is what you described earlier, that idea of being but not being.
Yeah.
If there is nothing, why would you be aware of it?
You're right. And I guess it's weird because it's like not being aware just don't sit right with me. Because I can imagine being like that. And I don't want to. And it's just like, I get we're not owed anything. And that's like privileged to think that way. But I just want to experience like more than this. Because if that's the case, that means that everything, like the stars, aliens, all that's real. And I want to be able to see all of that. I want to see space. I want to see if all those things are real, why does it have to just end right then and there? Why can't there be something else?
It sounds, TKO, like you've still got a lot of questions, and I don't have any answers, but I do appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did to the best of your ability. I don't know what other question to ask you right now, because it sounds to me like you have a lot of thinking to do still before you know how to even say what it is that you believe.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to my.
Doing a lot
I'm
more
just
thinking.
playing. I'm just playing.
Okay. I hear that sometimes, and people are very serious.
Oh no, I'm just playing. I'm not being for real. I'm
Okay,
probably gonna go to sleep. I have to go to work at like 9 a.m.
I appreciate you joining us. I hope that we get to talk to you again another time, and who knows, maybe your answers will be different. But you keep asking questions and take care.
All right, you guys too. Bye bye.
Bye. She has a lot of questions. Yeah. I like hearing somebody who's honestly questioning something, even if they are still holding on to something that might be a little dogmatic. There's definitely some healthy doubt going on there. Yeah.
It's Dan. It's Dan the skeptic. That's who I was talking about. He and I talk about this on live all the time, so I feel fine saying that. But yeah,
I wasn't quite sure
so
who
much.
you were mentioning. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like it was funny to me because the things that she was saying like were exactly in line with the things that like when we talk about it like that he says too, like it's like the FOMO and it's the idea of non-existence, you know, and I've had that conversation with him so many times. It was I really felt that.
Okay, I don't know who's next in the queue, but let's go with this one.
Hello.
Hello, Martins. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, 19.
And what year were you born?
2000.
You're 19 and you were born in the year 2000. Wow, you should really
Not right.
go back to
Is
school
that not
and
right?
learn some math. That is
That was
terrible.
so bad. That was the worst.
Math can be hard.
Math can be hard. Hello, Philly.
Hi.
That was very charitable, Philly.
I'd love to answer these questions.
Hey, Sean, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, 47.
Awesome. We may not ask you these exact questions, but it's all going to be right.
Okay, then.
It's a much more.
I like a pop quiz even better.
Right. Well, it's much more of a broad conversation about these
Okay.
topics. So, starting off, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah. Well, I don't have a belief. I have a knowledge. And I was going to say that. My belief is whether or not how I look at my belief's eyes, so to speak. But I'm grateful that I don't have to.
Knowledge. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I understand.
What was that?
Can you tell me what you mean by knowledge? I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You say you have knowledge.
Sum it up quick. When I was born, I wasn't able to talk or eat, and I was never supposed to talk. When I was 7, I was brought back. When I was 23, I was brought back, and
sure.
When I took a journey,
knowledge. Can you tell me which of those means knowledge? I was asking what you mean by knowledge.
Yeah, well, I understand 369.
You understand what?
369, the algorithm for the best part.
Do you communicate with others like this, like every time, or?
Well, no, I don't.
Okay,
know.
well then let's slow it down, maybe.
Okay.
And instead of just saying random things unrelated to the questions, why don't you listen till the end of the question before responding, and then respond to that question instead of what you want to say. So
okay.
Like, for instance,
go ahead.
Yeah. What does the word knowledge mean?
To know.
Can you try use word?
Not when it has LEDGE after it, because that just adds to the base word of the Latin. So it's
so can you tell me what knowing is?
Well, I guess to the best of our ability, to know is to be without doubt.
To be without doubt.
So if I'm absent knowledge, if I'm absent any information at all, if I have zero information to doubt, then do I have knowledge?
What do you? Well, yeah. I mean,
so if I have zero information,
it's a two-sided coin.
So like, when there's zero information, when there's zero information in my mind whatsoever, no information, blank mind.
Okay.
I won't have doubt because I don't know anything. Will I have knowledge then?
Well, no, you wouldn't have anything.
Okay, so then can you maybe give me a more clear? Right, could you give me a more clear understanding of what knowledge is instead of just to be without doubt, since I can be without doubt and knowledge?
Wait, okay, so are you asking what knowledge actually is?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear your definition first.
My definition doesn't matter. The reason I'm asking is because you joined up on it
Oh, and I
alive
said
with.
I had knowledge.
Stop.
Correct.
So yeah, you joined where
Yeah,
it says stop.
it's
You gotta
something that you
stop.
can.
You're gonna we're gonna mute you because you cannot seem to communicate well with others, and I'm gonna have to be forceful, and I don't want to be forceful, but I will. So the question um, is can you question your beliefs up there? And it says, what is your belief? You wanted to get into these questions about belief. And when I first asked you, do you have a belief in a god or gods or higher power, anything like that? You said, no, you have a knowledge. So I'm curious now why you're even here. Why are you on a panel about talking about beliefs if you don't have belief? You'll have to unmute to respond. It'll be the microphone shade button, or you can click the OK on that window.
Sorry about that. I tried to turn it back on. So yeah, because I've been questioning my belief forever.
I'm sorry, I thought you said you only had knowledge.
Can you question your belief? And
Yeah.
My knowledge was originally a belief, and I've been questioning it every day. I still question it.
So you still question it, even though it's knowledge?
Correct.
But would that mean you have doubt?
Of what? Yeah, of course. I think it's a.
So then how is it knowledge if knowledge was being without doubt earlier? And now you
Yeah, but my doubt
so
is
how is it knowledge? Are you just trying to be stop? Are you just trying to be arrogant and bloviate about knowing things you can't possibly know to be impressive to people because nobody's impressed?
No, actually, the more I know, the less I know. Like the more I know, I don't want to know it.
Sean, what's the difference between a belief and knowledge?
In my opinion, well,
As you are using the words, yes.
Okay. Well, let's say I said to you that dinosaurs are dragons. Well, that's a belief I have, possibly, right? What would you say to that? Like, what's your retort to that? Like, what do you call belief and what do you call knowledge? I mean, I've never seen.
That's what I asked you. I asked you, what is the difference between Sean?
Nobody asked you about dinosaurs or dragons. She asked you what the difference between a belief and knowledge is. Pay attention, Sean.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was nodding off there.
Yeah, so Sean, really quick, are you on something right now that's making it impossible for you to communicate, or are you always this incoherent?
Well, I think that there is no real difference between a belief and knowledge. Knowledge.
Are you inebriated, Sean?
Knowledge.
Are you inebriated?
No, I think no.
Okay, well then slow down.
I'm confused with, like, you know what I mean? Like, you're playing with synonyms and homonyms and like why?
No.
Yeah, you are, and I think it's to confuse the fucking sheep out there.
Oh my gosh. You're the one, Sean, that said, I don't have a belief, I have knowledge. We're trying to understand what you're saying, which is why I asked you, what is the difference between belief and knowledge? Only because you brought it up.
He knows.
No, I didn't want to say anything, but I think we should. You're muted, Sean.
Mathematics is the difference between belief and knowledge.
Mathematics is that does not have, wait, mathematics is with knowledge or mathematics is with belief?
Well, with the belief, you test the belief with mathematics to find out if it's knowledge. And not all knowledge is good, and not all knowledge is evil, and not all is meant to be known.
Is all knowledge able to be verified through mathematics?
Of what we could know, yes.
How did you determine that all knowledge that we are capable of can be determined through mathematics?
Well, because everything in the universe is a frequency and vibration. Therefore, it can be measured.
I'm sorry, everything is frequency and vibration, you said?
Yes.
Can you tell me what frequency is?
Frequency is light. Well, it's actually sound moving through the resonance of water in our existence.
So, wait. Frequency is just sound moving through water?
Yep, that's how, but that equals light, that equals everything then. That's how, it's called atoms.
Sorry, gotta slow you down there, Sean. You're saying that frequency is sound moving through water, and that is light, that is atoms. Is that accurate?
Okay, let me break that. I don't know what if you understand quantum physics at all.
I'm sorry, do you understand quantum physics at all? Can you tell me what quantum means?
Yes, quantify.
I'm sorry, no. Can you tell me what quantum means?
Yes, quantum means 4.
I'm sorry, what?
4.
Quantum means 4.
Quanta means 4.
Sorry, Sean. In the terms, sorry, you got to stop talking over. In the terms of quantum physics, right? When they say quantum physics, what do they mean when they say quantum? You were telling me you know about quantum physics. I'm hopeful that you actually do. Can you tell me what they mean?
It's called quantum physics after the experiment. With the, what was it, the gas made radioactive stuff? Yeah.
Sean. When they say quantum, what are they saying?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know about quantum physics, so why would we talk about quantum physics?
No, I don't know why they call it quantum physics.
Well, then you don't know about quantum physics, because that's one of the first things you should learn if you're learning about quantum physics.
Well, if I went to college
is
to learn
what it means when you say quantum. Why would you assume you know anything about a field if you don't even know what that field's title means?
Because I have a rocket scientist who taught me quantum physics.
You have a rocket scientist who taught you quantum physics, and they didn't teach you the meaning of the word quantum.
Kind of just bounced it off.
So here's what I'm noticing, is that you are incapable, completely, Sean, incapable of communicating with other human beings. And until you are, I'm not going to let you back on this panel.
I was amazed at that conversation.
Well, quantum means 4.
I know.
So it's it's 4 physics. Just FOUR physics. Just 4 of them.
I don't know.
I don't know is a great answer, Philly.
The moment that I was stunned was when we were told that we're bringing up synonyms and homonyms. That last guest was the one that made the distinction. I don't understand.
Unfortunately, I think I did.
Can you explain it?
Nope, not going to. It's not worth our time or the brain cells expended. But I am really quick gonna thank, well, you, Philly. I'm also gonna thank Blake, Donna B, 3 Pips, the Witch, Rachel, and Your God is Evil. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. I really do appreciate each and every one of you. And we are going to take up a new guest in just a moment. I just want to remind everybody who's in the queue, we are looking for those who have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that. if you do have that kind of belief, well, you're in the right place, or go ahead and request on up. I just want to know what it is you believe and why, if you can even question that belief. Let's see who we have in queue. Okay, that one's not in queue either. I feel like we're narrowing ourselves down to the one I don't want to let up. Hello, make sense. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 37.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
My belief is in humans. That I believe that humanity as a collective wants to be good.
So your belief is that humans as a collective want to be good. You don't have a belief otherwise in a higher power or God or anything like that?
No, I was raised in a collective of a higher being, and I deconstructed myself from that higher being.
So you were raised in the belief of a higher being. You've deconstructed that belief since. Why is it you don't believe in a God?
Because the God that I was raised up in had a lot of rules that I did not necessarily agree with as a human being.
So you don't believe in a God because the one you were raised with had rules you didn't like?
Is that not Christianity? Does Christianity not have a lot of rules that are imposed on human beings?
A lot of religions have rules.
Exactly. Yeah,
Was that your religion?
it was. Thank you. Yes.
So why don't you believe that God exists?
Because of the constrictive rules. And I just don't think that those rules align with human beings in general.
Go ahead, Philly.
I'm hearing you say that you don't believe in the Christian God because the Christian God has all these rules and these rules don't suit humanity. Do you think it's possible for someone to lay down rules, but it not be good rules, but the person who laid them down still exists?
I mean, absolutely. Absolutely, because you can look at any religious text, and any person through any religious text can pick and cherry pick what aligns and suits to them as a person. And they can live in that way. As long as they believe that it is good for themselves. But I choose to not live in a way that is good for myself and myself alone. I choose to live for humanity as a whole.
I'm still a little bit confused why the rules being the way they are is what convinced you that there was no Christian God. Do you mind helping me understand that?
May I ask you a personal question?
I'm not sure how it will help.
Not that personal. My apologies. I just wanted to know, did you grow up in a religious household? And if so, what kind? Like what denomination?
Yes, I grew up in Christianity.
Oh, I mean, like me too, but were you
Can I ask how
Catholic,
this will help you answer
Lutheran?
Philly's question?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Catherine, Lutheran, Presbyterian,
I'm
like,
sorry, you just can I ask how this will help you answer Philly's question?
well, yes. Because if you grew up in a Catholic or sorry, Christian household, there are many denominations and there are many different viewpoints depending on what sect of Christianity you grew up on.
But can you tell me how it will help you answer Philly's question about your belief?
Again, my belief goes back to that I believe that humans are capable of being good in and of themselves.
Okay, so because humans are capable of being good, humans don't need rules? Is that the implication?
No, I mean, obviously, humans absolutely need rules, but that's the rules of humanity, right?
Do you remember what the question was? Do you mind if I repeat it?
You can. I have a virulent strain of ADHD, so you may repeat it.
My understanding from what you said is that you don't believe that the Christian God exists because the rules are harsh.
Yes.
I don't understand how rules being harsh means that the rule maker does not exist. Are you able to help me understand that leap?
So who is the ultimate rule maker then?
Why don't you believe in the Christian God?
No. Actually, I want to pose my own question. Who is the ultimate rule maker?
Goodbye. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of answering a single fucking question posed to you, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not interested in debating or arguing. I'm not interested in really even answering too many of the questions myself. I've already done that, and I will again. But the conversations here are for your benefit. If you believe and you can question, well, then go ahead and request on up. But I'm... nope. That was a nope. It's like the weekend started real early for some people. Hello, Jessica. I have so much echo.
I'll go.
So I muted you just for the moment because I can't hear anything when I speak except my own voice blasting back at twice the volume. So, can you put on some headphones or something if you meant to be up here?
Can you hear me better now?
I hear you, but I still hear you.
Darn.
Loud and clear.
Okay.
Then you'll hear me, and I won't hear you.
I love to answer questions, but I don't have headphones, so I'll have to pass.
I appreciate you, Jessica. I hope you keep asking questions. I hope that maybe another time when you have some headphones or some other way to deal with it, you can try again. Hello, Jessica. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
27 or 37. Sorry, I only missed by 10.
Only by 10 years. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, aliens, 100%. Aliens is my belief.
Aliens is your belief. What do you mean by aliens?
I think they're the origination of life, and yeah, I think our DNA was sent down from.
Are they not alive?
Are they what?
Are they not alive?
Alien? Of course they're alive. Yeah.
What is the origin of their life?
I don't know. Way back in the universe, far beyond that we can even comprehend. Yeah, way back when.
Way back when what?
When the universe was created. That's the whole point of creation. You know, aliens was the point of creation.
Aliens are the whole point of creation.
Yeah.
Where are you getting any of this? Aliens
Just
being the whole point of creation.
Well, I mean, we have to start what defines an alien. I mean, what do you think like an alien is?
I don't know. What do you think an alien is? You're the one that believes in them.
The building blocks of life.
Aliens are the building blocks of life. Can you be more descriptive? Are you talking about?
You can call it God. You can call it God. You can call it whatever, you know. But the basic building block of life. Sorry, go ahead.
Would you call it God?
Would I call it God?
Yeah. Are you saying you would call it God?
Yeah. Anything that anything that creates basic human life would be a God.
What if that thing is not sentient? If it's just atoms and molecules? God. Why would it have to be sentient?
Why wouldn't it be? Why couldn't it be like the smallest little thing?
I'm hearing you say why couldn't it be, but I'm asking why it would be.
Why would it be? Because it's the smallest thing that creates everything. So in itself, it could be a God, 100%.
Could be, again. So you don't have like a reason why it would be or should be, just that you think it could be.
Right. Yeah.
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
Personally, yeah, absolutely. For me, it does, yeah.
And do you believe that some alien creatures or just alien living material? Like, what is it you think seeded life here? What makes you think?
It could be living material. That's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. That is a good point. It could just be living material. I mean, you know, the sense that God could just be something so basic that we don't even have any understanding of. It could be something very small, you know.
Why would you call it God then if it's just living materials like nucleic acids or proteins?
That very well could be God. You know, it's basic stuff. It does.
Why would you call it God? What do you mean by God?
I think when people when they say the God, they think of this huge interpret being, you know. But maybe it doesn't even have to go that far. Maybe it's just like basic building blocks. So maybe people, when they say God, they got it all wrong. It's just basic stuff. Small atoms, small particles, small whatever.
Is there any chance that you have it all wrong using the word God just to describe particles and atoms?
Of course. You know,
then why would you use the word God in this instance?
It's a weird. That's a great question. It's a weird term that we use the word God. Like,
I'm asking you why you use the word God. I'm not saying we. I don't have a referent for a God. I don't call anything God unless I'm conversing with someone. There is a God. Why then would you? Oh, do you actually believe there's a God, or is that the reason you say small particles or aliens? Because you want to put God on something.
Yeah, I think everybody uses the word God, so I try and like match their definition of it. So if I say God, people will think of this mysterious, mystical thing.
When you're saying it, people to think of this massive mystical thing, but you are actually meaning small life-creating particles that don't have a mind.
Right. It could be It could be anything.
Could be. So you're not just describing that. You're describing anything that could be, from that to Klingons to anything in between.
Anything in between. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You nailed it on the head. You nailed it on the head.
Why would you want to try to make the label of God fit to other things?
Because it's all part of one, isn't it? You know, from the ground, from the earth, to the water, to the air, to the sea. It's all part of one, right?
What do you mean by that?
Everything is part of one. Everything helps each other in this universe. You know, you can go as small as you want into like to this earth, and everything in this ecosystem is all created of one. That could be God. If we go even further than that, to the universe, you know.
So you're just going to kind of zoom out and each time find something to call God.
That is absolutely.
Why? Why do you, Jessica? You keep giving me different things you can call God, but why do you keep wanting to call something God? Why does that matter to you?
I think it's all part of one.
It's all part of what?
It's all part of one. Like everything is part of one, you know. Everything needs something.
I don't have answers for you, Jessica. I'm not here to answer questions. So
I hear you.
What you're saying so far is that everything is part of one. One is what you're calling God now.
Absolutely. Isn't that what?
What do you mean by one?
Everything relies on something else to exist. So that's exactly it, you know. If you require the air to breathe, are you gonna call air your God?
Why would you call air your God?
It's required to keep you alive. It's all dynamic. It's all.
I don't understand. I don't understand why you would want to use the label God, though. What is this actually benefiting you to call things God if they are not, as other people get in their mind when you say it? Is that you being dishonest to fit in?
It's the everything needs sustainability, right? If nothing were to exist.
Jessica, are you inebriated right now? Are you drunk?
Oh, of course.
Okay. That answers so many fucking questions.
Oh.
If anybody watching has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're not shit-faced drunk, but I'm not here to babysit drunks while their brains slobber out their ears.
That's quite the visual.
I should have stopped at babysitting drunks. Let's not babysit any drunks. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like it, and you can question your beliefs, well, then go ahead and request on up. Hello, Jasmine. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 23.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that? And have you read your Bible?
I have. I haven't read it all the way through Revelations, so
Why not?
because the Bible's big, I mean, I just haven't read through it all. But if you have some insight that you can teach me, you know, I'm here to listen as well.
Well, I was just asking why you haven't read it. You're saying it's because it's big.
Yeah, it's a big Bible.
Is it important to you?
The Bible?
Hmm.
Yes, it is.
Do you believe that it's true and literal?
I do.
You believe six-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, global flood, all those things?
Yes, I do.
Why?
I believe it because, you know, people spoke to other people, you know, to go and do these things, and that it's what I read, it's what I believe.
You believe it because you read it and you believe it? Are you saying you believe the book because of the book?
No, I don't know how to explain it without sounding like I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Because you sound very, very smart. So,
Sounds can be deceiving.
I believe in the Bible because God spoke to the I'm not sure where it was. I'm sorry for all my Christians on here or people who know the Bible more than me, but he spoke to other people to write this Bible, and I mean, why would all these things be said if it wasn't true, you know?
Have you ever read? So, do you believe that everything that's written down is true?
No, because I know the difference between what's true and what's not true.
How do you know the difference?
Because it's like reading a child's book that's made for children, like for example, Three Little Pigs. I mean, do we really believe that the wolves flew down the pig's house?
I do not, but do you believe in the supposed miracles that are in the Bible that seem potentially just as nonsensical?
I do believe that the miracles happened.
Why do you believe it?
Because it's written in the book of the Bible. The Bible is made from God. All those words are.
We're hearing you breathe, Philly. You believe in the six-day creation in Adam and Eve. I asked you that a moment ago. Have you read those stories in Genesis?
I have.
Okay. And you believe that the 6 days and the order given, that's all true?
Yes, I do believe.
And you believe that the next story with Adam and Eve, all of that is also true?
Yes, I believe everything that's written in.
Can you tell me which order is correct between the two of them? If they give a different order of creation, which one is actually true?
In the Bible, it's when God created the heavens and earth, the
Right.
water, the
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's the plants,
Mm-hmm.
and then the sun and the moon, and then the animals, and then the people. Right.
Right.
So if you just focus on plants, day 3, animals, day 5, and people, day 6, that's one order. And then you look at chapter 2, and right around 2:5 it says, before there were plants, he goes on to make Adam. So before there were plants, because because the Lord God had not yet made it to rain, and there was no one to till the ground. Then up from the ground he sends a mist, and then he plants a garden.
Right.
So man first, then plants. And then around 2:18 it says, it is not good for man to be alone. So I shall make him a helper. And then 2:19, so from the ground God made all the animals. I'm paraphrasing, but he makes all the animals. he makes a woman. Which order is true? If the whole Bible's true, which one of these is true? Because they can't both be, can they?
Right. I feel like there are different Bibles, because there's the King James version.
Which version do you read?
I read the King James version.
Do you have one with you?
I do not. It's in my room, and my son's in there asleep.
I see. So, if you were to read it and you were to see that there was this difference, how would you go about deciding?
What's happened? What they're saying which one's true, which one's not. It's just all saying God made it. So in my mind and how I'm thinking is it doesn't matter in the beginning, like let's say the water came first or the plants came first. God created it all.
So it doesn't matter to you if one book says something that another book contradicts. You just assume it's all true no matter what, even though things don't make sense together.
No, not
like if it said that he parted the waters to make the land in one chapter, and in the other chapter it said that there was dry land, and then up from the land he sent the water. Well, there would be two different versions.
Yeah, that's no. See, I get what you're saying. See, that would be two different things, and then I would be like, whoa.
So that's actually in there.
Can you provide me where?
Genesis
so that
1.
I'm informed.
Yeah, Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. The same two stories we're talking about. So in Genesis 1, it says that he separated the waters to make the land. Is that 1:6, I think? I could be wrong. I'm not looking at it. And then in 2, I think around 2:9, I could be wrong again. It says that up from the ground he made a mist and sent the water.
I honestly, I would have to reread it because maybe I missed it. I mean, then I'm not one to say that I'm right if I'm wrong. So
my question is more so toward how you would determine which is right or which is wrong. And Goatman just corrected me. It's 1:9 and 2:6. I had them backwards.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know which is right and which is wrong. Based off what the Bible that I read, it's what I believe and what God did. Like I said, God made the plants, the water, everything that is on this earth, God made. Adam and Eve.
So why do you determine that God just made it? It sounds like you've kind of, at the question, decided to stop thinking and say, well, hands in the air, God made it anyways. Is that right? If the book tells us how he made it, but it tells us how he made it in different ways, in ways that contradict, in ways that don't seem to fit each other, then how can you know he even made it?
Because it was made regardless. It never said that, God didn't make it. I mean...
Are you sure?
Yeah, if you can find me where it says God didn't make this stuff, then yeah, I'll believe you. I mean, it says God created the heavens and the earth. The heavens and the
Does
earth is everything. It does. In Genesis.
I guess King James, it would say it exactly like that. Different translations might say different things. What if you were to read the original Hebrew and find it said that the heavens and the earth were already there, but he created everything else?
If I were to read the Hebrews and it said that, I would have plenty of questions and it would have me questioning a lot, from what I read and what I know and what I believe.
I appreciate that answer, Jasmine. I think Philly's got a question.
Okay.
When you first came up, you said that you believed that the Bible was true. Now that Thrayle has shown you, told you about how there are contradictions even within the first 2 chapters of the Bible, do you still believe that the Bible can only be true?
I do. It's gonna sound dumb, but I do. My faith, we may not be eye to eye on things, but my faith is very strong in what I believe. And,
What is your faith based on?
what do you, my faith is based on, what I believe. That's what my faith is on. My faith is in that God will handle everything that I give to him, my worries, my troubles, everything like that.
And why do you believe that?
Because I've had miracles worked on my life before, my son's life. I mean,
So because you've had miracles happen, you believe that the Christian God and the Bible are true and reliable as you understand them.
of course, I've prayed about several things and, just given it all to God, not even converted my life. I gave my life to God, and, it's just what I believe. It's
Is
what
it possible? Is it possible that there is a God, but it's not the God of the Bible?
I've never thought about it like that. Um, hmm. I believe, okay, so I believe that everything that says in the Bible is the God that I believe in, and I believe that there is only one God. So then my answer would be yes.
You believe all the good things that the Bible says about God and all the bad things that the Bible says about God?
Yes, I do.
If your God did things that were atrocious, horrible, evil, would you still want to worship your God?
Yes, and I still do. So I know that books in the Bible where God, has, like the book of Job, horrible things, but there is so many context. There's a lot of context to what, why God did what He did. God will never give us something that we can't handle, and there's always a test of faith. And
Do you believe the Bible says that? Because it doesn't actually say that God will only give us what we can handle.
no, I'm saying that I didn't say the Bible said that.
Why do you believe that?
Because that's what I believe. I mean, God will never give me something that I can't handle, and I truly believe
Why
that.
do you believe that?
Because God is a good, loving God, a faithful God.
What if the Bible...
It doesn't say in the Bible that God's not loving.
Do you think that actions show love or that words show love more?
That actions or words?
Mm-hmm. Can
Oh,
someone say, I love you, but do things that are evil and harmful and hurtful and unloving?
of course it happens every day to everybody.
Do you think that that could apply to God if those actions that are said to be God's in the Bible are evil and harmful and hurtful and unloving?
No, because God's love is everlasting love.
How do you know?
Because it says in the Bible.
So if the Bible is contradictory, how do you reconcile it?
God did it. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jasmine.
No, it's
Am
okay.
I wrong, though? If something seems contradictory in the Bible, you just assume God did it.
There's a lot of different breaking down in different Bibles. I mean, you can look up.
Right, hypothetically speaking, if there's something in the original texts of the Bible that's contradictory, how do you reconcile?
I honestly don't know. I don't ever. It's because I've never had like a bad feeling or a bad thought or a question. I've never questioned God, things like that. I know Jess wanted to ask me a question as well. So
Why have you never questioned God?
because I've never had. You know what? Let me take that back. I have questioned God before and said, "Why me?" I have. And then, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm listening.
Oh yeah. So I have questioned God multiple times about me, about my life, and why me? But in those moments, that's when I have to have faith and I have to sit there and really just give it all to Him. Like, I trust you, I believe you. Like, as a Christian, that's what I do. I mean, that's what I believe in.
You believe it because you believe it.
Yeah, it might sound like a dim answer, but yeah, I just believe it. I know God's a loving God, and He would do nothing to hurt me.
Can you read the question at the top of the board?
Can you question your beliefs? You want me to answer? I believe people can question.
Can you?
Can I? Yeah, I can. I have before.
Can you question your belief that God is loving?
No, I believe God's loving. I will never question that God's not loving.
Why would you never question that belief?
I will give you the same answer I've already have plenty of times, because God's love is everlasting.
You will never question the belief that God is loving because God's love is everlasting.
Yes.
So you'll never question the belief because it is your belief.
No, because God is love.
I see. It's almost pointless to continue, but Jess has been waiting with a question, and I let her up. Welcome back, Jess Face. Good to see you again.
Thank you. I was wondering if you forgot me.
No, the face reminded me.
That's good. Hi, Jasmine. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about your belief. You said that God is all loving, and I think Thrayle mentioned this. If actions speak louder than words, so if somebody says that they love you, but they do something that doesn't reflect that. And I just wanted to present you with a couple of things in the Bible where God shows that He's not loving. Are you okay for me to do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it going to matter, though? From what I'm hearing from Jess, it sounds to me like it won't matter. I'm sorry, Jasmine. From what I'm hearing from Jasmine, it won't matter if you show her all the contradictions.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious to see, because I was going to ask this before she answered what she just said now. So
I'll let you indulge with one.
I'm not sure if you're familiar with the story in First Samuel, where God He sends a command to Saul through Samuel. He commands that Saul put to death the donkeys of the Amalekites. Are you familiar with this story?
Somewhat, not all the way.
Okay, cool. If God commanded you to do something like that, do you think that would be loving?
There is okay, let me just answer your question. No, if you're just saying it like that, no. I would not think that is loving.
Okay, so why do you think God's loving if he commanded the same thing to Saul?
Have you ever read like the context behind that story?
Yeah, I have.
And then can you tell me the context why God commanded to do all those things?
Yeah, so there's a couple of different interpretations of the context, and many people will give their own interpretation of the context, but I do not believe any context justifies the unalivement of children and infants.
What if it was that the great-great-great-grandfathers of those people had somehow wronged Israel?
Yeah, I know. That's the excuse that people, and especially people during that time, believe that evil ran through bloodlines, and that because their ancestors committed atrocities against the Israelites, that they had justification to do that. Do you think it's okay to unalive infants because generations prior to that, their ancestors committed something similar?
I don't.
Okay, so why do you think it's okay for God to say it is?
So God gave us life and he can also take it away. That is God himself. And there's other stories in the Bible as well where for example where God commanded I don't even know his name, but I believe it was Abraham or to sacrifice his son, and he was going to do it, and God told him to do it, and you wouldn't think that would be loving, right? Why would you tell him to go sacrifice his son?
Why do you think it is?
Because in that moment God is testing his faith, and God did stop his son. God did stop him.
Why is testing his faith loving?
Go ahead. Philly's question.
Why is testing his faith loving?
Because back then, even now, God tests our faith in certain ways.
How is that loving?
It's loving because God wants you to know, you're still there, that there's somebody to always come back to.
So testing of faith is letting somebody know that you can always go back to God. I don't see the connection there. Can you help me understand?
I just don't know how to explain it. I really don't know how to explain it. Our faith is tested every day.
Just because it is tested, how does that mean that that is a loving action to test faith?
Because God wants to know, even through these bad things, that he still loves us, whether he did do it or didn't do it.
What?
I'm making no sense. Oh my
You
goodness.
just kind of...
I know I'm making no sense.
So if you recognize that your words aren't making sense, the words coming out of your mouth sound nonsensical, then wouldn't you then question why that might be the case?
No, I wouldn't question my faith. I would this shows me that I need to read the Bible more, and I need to get more knowledge on what I believe and why I love God, and why I will forever stick with the faith that I have. Maybe I don't have enough knowledge to really be on here, and that's okay.
Do you think that we're trying to quiz you on your knowledge?
No, I don't think that. I think that you guys are trying to really get to the point of why I believe what I believe,
Why do you think I'm doing that? Why do you think we're doing that?
I honestly, I really don't know.
What if the answer's on the screen?
What's the answer on the screen?
You read it earlier. It was when I was about to stop questioning, but I let Jess ask her question anyways. The big letters.
At the top.
Question my own belief.
It's to see if you even can. It sounds like you're not capable or not willing to even consider that you can.
Yeah, unfortunately, not
Why is that?
unfortunately, but because I mean, I grew up in a church. I grew up as Christian, and you know, I've had a lot of slide backs from God before. I mean, drinking, smoking, all
Does
this
it
other
matter
stuff.
to you, Jasmine, if the beliefs that you hold are true or not?
No, it doesn't to me, because if I knew that nothing in the Bible was true, then there would be nothing to believe in, you know?
I have
Can
a
I just
slightly...
clarify?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Does it matter to you if what you think is true or false?
It does matter to me what's true or false, because I wouldn't want to be lied to, you know? I wouldn't want to be thinking that I'm reading this Bible and turns out the Bible is a false, you know? Then I would be like, what do I really believe? But from what I'm reading and what I sincerely will forever believe until I'm God, or you shouldn't believe in God, and really, really explain to me why, and where I can see it myself, I mean, then yeah. But at this very moment, and I believe for the rest of my life until the rapture comes and God comes for his people, I mean.
What is your empirical evidence for God?
I don't think she has that.
Like, why?
Yeah.
How do I know God's real?
What evidence would you have to give that God is real that we could see and test or touch?
We don't have to see him or touch him or.
What evidence then would you have?
My evidence is the Bible and what Jesus says in it.
So,
and my faith.
Before you
That's
go
where
on,
faith comes
Jasmine.
in.
Yeah, before you go on, Jasmine. I only have one more question, and it's not geared to make you change your mind at all. I just want to know the answer.
Okay.
Does it matter? Let me rephrase this. Does God matter if it is not real?
What do you mean? Like if nothing's real? Like let's say nothing is real?
Nope. Did not say nothing is real. You're going to have to listen closely. If God is not real, does it, can it still be meaningful? Let me phrase it that way.
No, because then what would I believe in?
So if God wasn't real, then
I would be an atheist.
I'm just asking, if God wasn't real, then God wouldn't have any meaning. It couldn't be meaningful at all.
No, then it would be I would be questioning everything.
Then you would be questioning everything.
Yeah.
And you think that if you were questioning everything, then an idea like a God wouldn't have any meaning?
No, I really don't think so. If I knew there was no God, then.
Interesting. I don't have any more questions. Philly, do you?
I want to converse with you about that, Thrayle.
Are you noticing?
It's very interesting.
Jasmine, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You said that the Bible is evidence for God, right? So, do you know how old the Bible is when the first Bible or text we have of the Bible was discovered, roughly? You don't have to be exact, just like a rough.
Yeah, billions of years ago.
Okay, so the first Bible we discovered was about 3,500 years ago. Christianity came up about 2,000 years ago. So prior to that time, let's say you were living in ancient Greece, the Bible didn't exist. So does that mean God didn't exist?
I believe God did exist, but there was nothing to believe that God exists, because I'm saying that because of what I know. If I was back then and I never heard about God, or I didn't hear anything of God, or Jesus or nothing, then I'm sorry. Then yeah, I wouldn't know of a God at all.
Okay, so you said the evidence for God is the Bible. But if the Bible didn't exist, then what would your evidence be for God?
There would be no evidence. There would be nothing that I know.
Mm-hmm.
So
then how is the creation of the Bible evidence of God?
Because
if prior to that there wasn't any Bible, then there would be no evidence of God, therefore no God.
Then I would have tons of questions like, oh, how were the trees made, or who created the world? I mean, was it the Big Bang? How people are like, oh, the Big Bang created everything that we have. I would have probably a different belief if I didn't know of God.
Is it okay to have questions, Jasmine?
Yeah, definitely. I do think it's okay to have questions. That's what I want. Honestly, that's what I'm hearing everybody out that doesn't believe in God, and sharing the word of what I know, and it's like, okay, what's the evidence of your God? So yeah, I do think it's okay to ask questions, because sometimes I ask questions like, okay, what made you an atheist, or why don't you believe in God? Can you explain the reasoning why? But I've never questioned, like, my God's not real. I'm just very curious on why people don't believe in God.
Why do you?
You're gonna get tired of my answer.
The Bible says so.
Because the Bible says so. I've experienced the blessings, the miracles. I've experienced.
You say you've experienced blessings and miracles.
Yeah.
Interesting. I would question that, but I already know that you can't question your beliefs, Jasmine, and I don't want to end this on a sour note. So I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you have.
Of course, and thank you guys for hearing.
Yep, appreciate you, Jasmine. I do it to everybody. Don't be offended. I drop people while they're talking, but thank you so much for answering the questions you did, and being honest, I guess, about not being able to question your beliefs. It's disappointing, because that is kind of what we're doing here.
I was going to ask what the response would be if someone did see that God is unloving in the Bible after studying it, and that probably would have turned sour. So I can respect your decision to end the conversation where it was.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cut you off one question from the end. It wouldn't have been a bad one to leave on. I don't think you would have gotten an answer that felt connected to the question. Do we have another believer in the queue? So far, each one of these names has just disappeared as I click OK. Oh, now that happens. Of course, we get two at once. All right, well, I've got to mute one of you. So, Steve, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I just turned 38 today.
Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
After being raised Christian, I have recently gone through a journey, and Now I would consider myself pantheist and believe equally in all the gods without excluding the scientific method.
You believe in all the gods?
Yeah, I believe that my belief is that they are a creation of humans, but they are no less real. And like my evidence, and like one of my pieces of evidence for the idea of some god. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, before we get too far, I'm going to go ahead and check the age of the other guest real quick, just to make sure we don't have somebody that shouldn't be on the panel. User, can I get your age?
Oh yeah, I'm 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I don't believe in a higher power. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't believe.
Why not?
Well, actually, what Steve was going, I think he's going to about
I'm
Robert
just asking
Monroe.
you. Stop. I don't care what you think somebody else on panel is going to say.
Oh yeah,
what
sorry.
they
It's
believe.
relating to what he's
What did
saying.
I ask you?
Yeah, my belief is like kind of connecting to what he's saying.
You said you don't believe in a god or a higher power. He's saying he believes in all of them.
Right.
Can you
These
stop trying to identify your beliefs with another's and tell me what they are? You told me
Okay.
you don't believe. So rather than go down the whole whatever you're trying to mirror or adopt from somebody else right now, why don't you answer the question I asked, which is why don't you believe?
So I don't believe because I researched death experiences, and I researched and I gone through my own experience, and I don't believe in a higher power that will be my afterlife.
Okay, so you researched death experiences and you ended up not believing, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and a higher power and a higher authority.
In a higher authority.
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't believe in gods or a god of any kind?
No.
Higher authority. So, what would convince you that a god or something like it exists?
Well, like Steve was saying, these manifestations in these planes.
Let's get back to Steve, who actually has a belief to question. I did ask him not to reference another guest. So, Steve, you said you believe that all gods exist in some form. What form is that?
I think that it varies from person to person. I think it's something that we all have kind of within us. So your beliefs are what powers the God for you, and everybody has their own God based off of what their beliefs are. If they're Christian, that's what they believe. If I was raised Christian, and I would say even if they're Christian, they shouldn't take the Bible literally, because just because their God exists does not mean that God's perfect.
I was asking you in what form you believe all gods exist. I guess you're telling me that you think they exist in that people believe in them.
I think that because we believe in them, I think there are certain elements to our reality that speak to the fact that there are gods, but I don't think
reality that speak to the fact
that
there are gods. Can you tell me what it is that is giving you a fact in a god?
Well, I think I would argue that, or not argue, but I would say that when I say fact, it's more of what lends my opinion. I'm not trying to state that there's empirical evidence, but like evidence for it for me is something like how many animals there are in the world that are like us, that still enjoy play and have a sense of fun, even though they're not what we would consider sapient. And so that kind of thing lends itself to me for an idea of not necessarily divine, but the very fact that there are so many animals that love to play is God in itself to me, because it shows that there's good and joy, and then it kind of follows for all of those things.
What is God?
I think God is different to everybody. For some people, to me, God is the fact that despite all of my hardships, I'm still here and finding joy, and
Is God a feeling of happiness or joy?
And peace and contentment, yeah.
So for you, God is just a feeling of peace and joy and contentment.
Yeah. And I believe that and I believe my views on it are just as valid as everybody else's, just like I believe that, you know, the Christians have the right to believe what they want.
I'm not trying to invalidate your views. I'm just asking if you can question them. You seem already ready to defend them.
I apologize.
Can you question your belief that God is the feeling of joy?
Yeah, I can.
When you say that God is this feeling, is it anything more than that? Is it sentient, or does it have a mind, intentions?
I believe that it would be more of a, but I mean, it's not something where I have a, you know, well established like hierarchy of this is exactly how it thinks. I think that it's, for me, it would have an element of will and an element of consciousness, but I wouldn't say that it's all good and or all evil or all neutral. I think that it's what I world.
Actually, I was just gonna say, Jess, if you got a question, go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question on your beliefs. So you said that you're pantheistic, which would imply that you believe God is the universe. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much a sense of like the embodiment of kind of the to me it's the embodiment of the universe and its actions, or, you know, reactions, as you will.
Yeah, because you also said after that you believe in all the gods, which would be different to pantheism. So I just wanted to clarify what you meant.
He was validating everyone else's beliefs.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I wanted to clarify. And you said that you think God is a feeling.
Yeah, like that's more of like my connection and
his
how
experience of God.
Yeah.
Okay, but the universe is your evidence for God.
Yeah, like barely, but it's a quote from, I think, Brian Cox, who said that humans are just the universe experiencing itself. And I like that, and it's not necessarily my core belief, but that speaks to kind of what I believe.
Okay, and you think that science and biology and evolution don't have an aspect to play in what could be an explanation for the feelings you experience when viewing the universe?
Oh, I fully believe that is possible, and I don't, you know, I guess my reason why I choose to believe is that there's no evidence against belief, is that it's the universe doing its thing, and I'm not saying there's evidence for it either, but since it's not harming anyone to believe this way, it brings me comfort to believe it. And there's no, like, you don't have any evidence to say that I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that why you've chosen your beliefs the way you have, so that no one can tell you you're wrong?
I think that it's. I think, like I said, I grew up very Christian, and but I grew up with a disability, and I've had chronic pain every day of my life. Like my earliest memory is of pain, and my family was very religious, and I grew up this way, and it always made me question why God would have created me in a way that had so much pain and suffering, and but I always felt this other sense of contentment with it, and so I decided to explore the options that didn't point to a Chris for other possibilities for the feelings of God that I had, experiences of miracles and stuff.
Your approach sounds, in a way, systematic, that you tried to find a God that fit within the framework you experience with your pain. What I'm wondering, though, is why assume that there's a God to fit to your framework at all?
I guess it's just like my understanding of like coincidence, or I don't know if that's like just like the fact that my cat loves to come in and cuddle me, and she loves, like right now she's just sitting here on my lap, and the fact that she's happy and purring and content, and I'm happy and purring and content, makes me desire to attribute the fact that these two different species can be so compatible to a goodwill sense of the universe design, like an expression of what is existing, kind of being that feeling, and the desire to have that, I guess, is why. I guess it's just it makes me feel happier to believe, I guess.
I can appreciate that honest answer, Steve. I think Philly has a question.
I did, but then I forgot it. I'm sorry.
Sorry if I made you wait too long. Does it matter to you, Steve, if it's true or not?
No, not at all. Because if I it doesn't, like, it doesn't harm me to be wrong. It doesn't harm me if my belief that the universe has a greater self to it, a presence that is overarching, like my idea of God. So it doesn't, if that's wrong, then it's not like I'm worried that I'm going to hell for being wrong. It's just I'm wrong, and it's not like it hurts me to spend time thinking about it, and I'd rather be right, but I like,
you gain the comfort either way.
Yeah. But I'm always questioning, because I'm always like, just like with politics in the world, I'm always trying evidence that points to it. Because while I don't feel like there's a problem with being wrong, I still would like to know, because I'm curious and I'm interested in always trying to evolve.
Do you feel like faith, spirituality, and religion is something you're drawn to because you're looking for comfort and almost justification for your life experiences?
Yeah, probably. I mean, there's definitely elements of having grown up in the church that, predisposes you towards the idea that they're of God. Like somebody who grows up in a purely atheist household likely has less chance of ending up this way with the same inputs otherwise. But yeah, I think it's just, pretty much how you said it. It's, I don't know, it was definitely when you've had pain your whole life, it gets very difficult to, like, I guess because of my pain, I've had a lot of mental health problems, and when it comes to the is if there's nothing and it's pointless, then I'm in so much pain and the pain gets worse every year. If I choose to believe that there's nothing, no purpose, then I might as well just stop and not have to be in pain anymore. But if I choose to believe, then that chooses not that somebody planned this out, but that this is a living experience that has a purpose, makes the pain more bearable.
Do you feel like we attribute our own meaning and purpose to our lives?
Yes.
Mhm.
But
Do you...
I feel like that despite us attributing our own meaning, I feel like most humans crave the I don't know, validation maybe is the word I'm looking for. They crave the acceptance of the fact that other people view their I kind of lost my plot there, but they crave the ability for other people to accept them, I guess.
Okay. Do you feel you need some sort of religion or higher power to attribute validation and meaning to your life?
I guess the way I would view it is if there is a higher power that that has meaning for my life outside of what I own generate, it feels, I guess I'm always worried that I'm missing something. If I don't know what I don't know, then I can't seek out knowledge to fill that gap. And having in my mind somebody who's up there who's keeping track of that data and the things that I don't know, and it brings my anxiety down.
So do you feel the belief comes from the fear of the unknown?
Largely, yeah. Not necessarily fear of death in itself. I've never dreaded ceasing to exist. It's just the unknown, and if there's something that is watching out, and even if it's not actively providing meaning, just the fact that there's something, or the idea that there's something, just I guess brings that comfort and makes it easier.
So it's almost like a handrail for life.
Yeah, I have really bad balance, and the idea of having something to help prop me up. In my view, as long as I'm not harming anybody with my beliefs, then and it brings me comfort, I guess.
Okay.
Hammy, did you have any questions for Steve before we move on?
I didn't hear exactly what Steve's beliefs were. I just barely got that.
Yeah. Pantheist believes in a god of
feelings for comfort. I apologize if that sounded diminutive. Steve?
No, it's pretty right. It's just kind of a sense of there's just the universe and everything. There's just God in all of us and in everything. And it's about knowing that there's something else that is there with you.
So it's a belief that's held kind of similar to what, like, somebody would have like a security blanket sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. The only question I would have is there any possible way that you could see finding how to word this the right way? Is there any way you could find something to be able to give you that comfort that is not having that? No, that's not the right way to word it either.
Is there something in your comfort, a real security blanket?
There we go.
It's something I am working on with a therapist to, get to my healthier place with my mental health. And am I open to the idea that leads to accepting that I just believe in nothing? Then yeah, that I'm open to that. I'm as long as I'm not hurting other people, that's my biggest concern. Helping people and not hurting them is what I really care about.
I can appreciate that, Steve. And it makes sense, especially given your past experiencing chronic pain throughout your life. You wouldn't want that on someone.
Yeah.
I'm curious. Does the God that you believe in, of feelings, pantheistic everything, does it have to exist to be meaningful?
I think by the very way that I kind of believe, the fact that I choose to believe, even if it's meaningless in the sense that my God isn't real, the value I gain out of believing has already been received, so it's irrelevant to me.
I understand. I completely get where you're coming from. I hope you keep asking questions, Steve, and maybe you will find that answer to Hammy's question of a thing that might give you that same comfort in a verifiable way. But I'm not here to change your mind.
Yeah, I just thought it would be interesting to hear views from people who believe not just the same old Bible.
Right. We get a wide variety of beliefs. I do like to interview one at a time, though. But I appreciate you, Steve.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm definitely going to follow you and watch for more.
Appreciate it.
Take that security blanket away from me, though.
Hammy's always out to rob as many gods as he can. Strangely enough, I'm the one with the shed full of gods. But Steve, I appreciate you, and I hope you keep asking questions. Take care.
Bye.
How's it going, Thrayle?
It's a going, Hammy. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Had to go and co-host over for Venus because she was getting quite a few requests up, so
I see.
Drop out for that.
Understandable. I was gonna say we have a couple of requests, but what was it you were gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say I have a reason why I ask people, "Why are you wrong?"
That's because you assume everybody's wrong.
Of course, I assume everyone's wrong. I assume I'm wrong. And the thing is that I feel like if you go the more Socratic route of asking, can you be wrong? It gets them to try to acknowledge somewhat that, oh yeah, sure, I could be, but I don't think so. Whereas if you ask them, why are you wrong? It causes them to actually think about if they're wrong and why.
Oh, you think that that particular leading question forces a mind frame rather than a defense?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would like to see the data, but I don't know that we're going to gather it on the Batcolyte because we don't.
Oh, we definitely won't gather it here because that's not what we do here.
But I do ask the could you be wrong or something similar all the time, and I find that many people do engage with it if you time it right in the conversation.
I'm glad to be of some assistance.
Hello, Goldie. Are you with us?
I am with you, yes.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 40.
40. And do you have a belief
I
in
am.
a God or God's higher power or anything like it?
Yeah, I I do have a belief, yes.
And what is that belief?
I am as an indigenous woman, I have practices and ceremonies. So my belief is that God or whomever the creator is, um, lives in us all. Like we all have the potential of that, of I guess you because one can say the God particle. So and we have gifts such as that. Like my daughter is of me and I am of her. We are of the creator, and that all life is precious. And energy is like your currency. And
Okay.
so we gotta spend it like that. Mm-hmm.
Energy is your currency. Okay. I'm hearing all life is precious. You believe in a creator, and that you follow an indigenous practice.
Mm-hmm.
Is your God a specific creator God, or is it just in general the idea of a creator?
I believe I believe that it to be of like an energy, like a all being that has created. Yeah, it's created
Can you tell me
things.
what
It's created
energy
life,
is?
and we don't. Energy is it is still yet to be fully, like I guess, explored. It always has been, always will be. Cannot be destroyed nor created.
Energy is, though, other than always.
Mm, for me, I don't think so. Mm, for me, I don't think so.
Always. But yet you think, I'm sorry, you think that it is the creator.
Yeah, I think that in order to create it, that is what the creator is formed of. Yeah, I mean, and we still don't know. I've never met creator. Why do I feel like it's energy? Well, I guess I feel like it's energy because it makes it's like you know what, it's kind of like we're the light bulb, and we can't turn ourselves on without the frequency of power. And I kind of think, I guess, are the current or whatever turns the light bulb on, correct? Like that piece, it we turn the light on, and then PG&E gets a notice of turning the light bulb on, and we get this electricity. We don't even know what that is. Yeah,
So
like we turn
God is
the lights on,
PG&E.
and then Yeah, God, no. What I'm saying is, like, we turn the light switch on, and there's an action, and
There's an
therefore
action.
the light bulb gets turned on, and we have light, and the electricity is there.
Okay,
So,
so are we God then, flipping on the light switch?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe
Okay,
in
so
so little words. I do.
we are flipping on the light switch. That's sort of a metaphor for God. God is the one
Yes, sir.
flipping on the light switch. So God isn't
Yes,
the
brother.
current. God isn't the electricity. God isn't PG&E. God isn't the provider of the energy. God is a different agent that said, "Here, energy, go there, and make things."
Possibly. That's what I believe.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? Why do you make that assumption?
Think because I can't create life by myself. I guess I can grow it and nurture it.
When you flip on a light switch, are you creating light?
No. No, I'm just simply asking for it.
So when
I'm
God
sending the signal.
or the creator, when God or creator flipped on the light switch, is he actually creating, or is he just kind of asking for it?
No, I turned on the light switch, so therefore I'm asking for the electricity. They just merely provide it.
Right. You use you flipping on the light switch as the metaphor for God. I double
Yes.
checked that God is the one flipping on the light switch, not the power
Yeah,
company.
you're right. Good point.
So
Good point.
if God is the one flipping on the light switch, does that mean he's not really creating? He's just kind of asking for it, and something else is providing.
Well, as we switch on as we turn the light switch on and are requesting for the I guess the electricity, the light, right, the currency, the currency of electricity, whatever this is, I do believe that we all carry forms and pieces of God in us. So essentially, yes, God does turn the light on, but the creator of it all is just like the source of it, and we have yet to figure out how and why, but I believe that to be it, and I'm open to if that's not it. I'm also not attached to that, so like
How would you determine if that was true or not?
that's a great question. I think that is the journey, is figuring out, like, do we attach ourselves to this belief system, or what do we believe, or what do we so that's a great question. And from my experiences and things that I've witnessed and seen, I for right now for right now I believe it.
Why?
I believe it because just the experiences that I have had, in which that I know that there is a something that's created us all, and I believe that the creator, right, in my relationship with creator and what I have seen, that is why. So I guess you can, for a cheesy definition,
You have a
miracles.
relationship
I believe so.
with creator. Relationship with this God that you said you were not attached to, that is flipping on the switch. What does it even mean to have a relationship with that?
I believe that there's a form of communication. I believe
What form
that
is that?
like, I would say for me, and this could be different for each person, but for me there's like signs, or there is in deep meditation visits, experiences through plant medicine, let's see, I guess some people call them miracles, and in just my journey of searching within, That is why. And that's how I know that God is, that we are a part of. Some people will call it um, the God particle, and some people will call it
What is?
God consciousness.
I'm sorry,
Mhm.
God particle. Doesn't that have a different connotation?
Yes, it does. I'm just saying some people may call it that, but
I
I
see.
think that, yeah, it's kind of,
And you
it'll
think
put,
that um, I'm sorry, you said the things that you've experienced, just to clarify.
yes.
It was miracles and plant medicine.
Hmm.
What were the other things you said?
Oh, like in deep meditation. So like when
Meditation.
yes, brother.
Okay. So in meditation, you've experienced what?
Ooh, um, these so challenge. This is the hard part of it when I explain. Um, it's like feelings.
Okay.
It is, yes.
So you meditate, you have certain feelings. You use
Hmm.
plant medicines, you have feelings and experiences, and you
Hmm.
have what miracles are you talking about? Give me an instance of what a miracle is
Uh,
that has
okay,
occurred.
so I could give an example. I can give an example of like my daughter. She's a miracle. So 13 years ago, we experienced a really challenging pregnancy and a childbirth, and frequent visits of like near death experiences on her part, or I'm sorry, excuse me, on his part. I have a trans son. So he would often be like on the cusp of death, I guess someone would say. And I would go in and
The cusp of,
Mhm.
so not unalive.
No, not unalived, but
Right.
but
Okay.
but close in the sense of doctors would say it's time to say goodbye. These tests aren't looking good. Your child is, she was born they were born 17 weeks early, so very very early, right, very early. So when I would go in and I would meditate with her, and I would meditate over her, and I would like do these like different ceremonies with her, and it would bring her back. It would bring her to health. And so I didn't heal her because I'm not God or creator. I'm a human being, merely just a tool. And I believe that those experiences of being able to heal with as a human body is a gift given by creator.
So the aid of medicine and doctors is a miracle.
Well, it wasn't really the aid of medicine, because the aid of medicine alone wasn't doing it. The medicine played a big part, like don't like Billy, like it was
How do you know
absolutely.
that? How do you know that what you did had anything to do with it? If the medicine was playing a
Oh,
big part,
oh,
could
got
it
it.
not have? Could it not
It
have just
happened
taken
several.
time?
No, because it could have been a lot of things, but when like doctor, like so, like when like so like a world. Here's an example. So there were about 25 separate times this happened, where they were giving her everything they can, and doses, and come say goodbye, and these experiences 25 times in 4.5 months. They were dying essentially. And so and the turnaround time would be during the points of me and other people, and working diligently, like working, doing what we do, and then the turnaround would happen. So
So you equated
mhm.
what you were doing to the turnaround, not what the doctors were doing.
Well, the doctors were not equating the turnaround being of them. The doctors were equating, however, they would say, whatever God you're praying to, keep doing it. It's
So
working.
they encouraged
Mhm.
you to keep praying because it was what you could do.
They would encourage. Well, they were
How do you
pretty.
know that they were convinced you were actually doing anything, and
Well,
that it
they
wasn't
weren't.
just to help give you some peace of mind?
Well, they weren't convinced that I was
Okay.
praying, and they weren't convinced I was praying in any way. They just, I would just, I would say prayer, but the things that we would do sometimes weren't in the hospital.
The things that you would do sometimes
Yeah.
weren't in the hospital. I
Yeah.
don't see how that's actually confirming. As a matter of fact, Goldie, do you know
Yeah.
what the term confirmation bias means?
No. Well, I mean, I've heard of it, but if you want to further delve into it, we can do that.
It's the idea that if you have a pre-existing bias and you're trying to accomplish something related to it, you are likely to look for confirmations, anything that seems to confirm the bias you already have, and latch on to that as reason or evidence. And Hannah
Yeah.
could probably give even more of
Yeah,
an
I could understand that. No, I could understand that, and I get why you asked that question, and I can absolutely respect why you would. For sure, that makes and a lot of people, when I tell these stories, like some people, they either are like, "Wow, that's awesome," or they're like, "It was the medicine," and this is where the experience comes into play, where like you kind of have to be there to understand it, and it's and
Is
the
it
kind of.
possible that
Mhm.
what comes into play is that you already believed it and it was what you could do at the time?
That's always a possibility. I would
Okay.
never fully attach myself to it, to one particular thing.
Hammy had a question, I think.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Well, my first question would probably have to be what indigenous tribe are you from?
We are Mexican and Native. So we are Mexican indigenous, where we have my particular tribe family have been up and down the West Coast for thousands of years. We would come up into California and then back down into Mexico, into Baja. And so we had been this is just our region. The native part, when we've done our DNA testing, we are still finding and getting access to getting like tribalized and getting those things, but we have the DNA and we have those things in order to um to do that, but we were not we weren't born into the reservation. We're on the West Coast and in the Bay Area, where our particular family, were on the ranch, and we were part of the people who were hidden onto the ranches because they were
Maybe maybe tribe
mhm.
was the bad. Maybe tribe wasn't the right word, but what group of people? Like, are we talking Mayan? Are we talking Aztec? What?
Oh, okay, got you. Absolutely. So Mexica, so we were part of like the Mexica, and we lead to we're digging, like I said, digging into it. So we believe that along the line, who they call Ohlone, they grouped hundreds of tribes into one, and blanketed the term with Ohlone, because it was colonized and easier for those people to do that. So we believe that the Mexican indigenous and the Ohlone came together, and somehow we have lost connection to that,
Really
to
quick,
exactly
I've got
what
to
tribe.
cut you off here,
Yes.
Goldie. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
It's something
No,
that I
that's
think.
fine.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
really something I think that is important. I ask.
Yes. Yes.
Can you question your beliefs, Goldie?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I'm here. That's why I
What does
liked
that
the
mean to
format
you?
of being questioned.
What does it mean
Yes.
to you to question your beliefs?
To question my beliefs, to me, it would be how much faith I have in my belief system, right? Are comfortable being questioned with it. If you are too attached currently in my life, I'm working on attachment. And why are we so attached to what we think and feel? So again, if I was not a participant in my daughter's healing, I'm fine with that. Like that's okay with me. I'm not attached to that. She's healed and that's all that matters, right? So questioning it to me would be like seeing if where I lie in that faith system and where I land in in practice and what I practice and how much I believe
Okay.
in it.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Henry.
Well, how much of this is actual belief in, say, the creator, and how much of it is more reverence for ancestry?
Oh, okay. So do you mean how much am I listening to the people I trust and love, and how much of it is
No, more
okay?
like how much is it? How much is it?
How much of
The
your
actual
belief? How much of your belief is actual faith in a creator, a belief in a creator, and how much of it is reverence for your ancestry and your heritage?
Oh, like keeping the flame going, kind of thing, like that. Like
Is that your
making
question,
sure
Henry?
that we.
Well, are you familiar with the Norse? The Norse by any chance?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so you know what
Viking,
ancestry
correct?
veneration
Viking.
is, right? You know what ancestor
I know a
veneration
little.
is, right?
I feel like I do, but I would prefer to know what you just so I can answer
Yeah.
correctly.
So ancestry veneration within like the Norse pagans is more or less of like giving honor to the ancestors who came before you, the people who are from your lineage, and showing them respect in the afterlife type of deal. So I'm
Got it.
wondering
That's what I thought.
how much,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So I'm wondering how much is it an actual belief in the creator, and how much of it is actually just venerating your ancestors.
That's a good question. That's a good question. I would say it's a little bit of, obviously, it's always going to be a little bit of both, to be honest, because our ancestors are why we move forward in these traditions and ceremonies. Um, I think my experience with my daughter helped me become more connected to my ancestors, and helped me become more connected in my spirituality and my belief. Before that, I was a mess. I really wasn't connected to much of anything. Atheist, really not caring, not really believing in anything. So it solidified. So I think in that particular instance, the majority of it was that I was seeing and feeling um these things. So I would say it was more the belief in the creator and possibly guided in direction by the ancestors, maybe. Yeah. Like, yeah. I just want to make sure I'm answering correctly because I don't want to be like, I don't want to.
I may have more, but I know Jess has been waiting a long time.
No, you're all good. Thank you. I just had a really specific question.
Yeah.
Do you think if your child wasn't healed that you would still believe what you believe?
Oh God. At that time, the person I was at that time, like, let's say that experience took her from me. I probably because I really wasn't at right now. Something else might have had to take me to this level of faith in creator, but to be honest with you, just for honesty's sake, I was a partying I was a party animal and an atheist at that time. So it would have been negative. I could guarantee that because the place I was at already with it having had happened in the first place, that much trauma and like pain was immobilizing. And so I know that if I would have lost her, I probably would have lost myself.
So, in that case, then, do you think you attribute your beliefs to the understanding of, I guess, what a miracle is, or the fact that medical science saved your child, and that's why you needed to have something to sort of justify or create a meaning behind how that happened, or do you think it's something else? Because from what it sounds like is you view something that to be a miracle and therefore must have some higher power or being to it, and therefore that is how your belief came to be. Because if it hadn't happened, then you would have remained a non-believer.
Well, I probably would have found it in a different route. I would have but I when she was in this state, the first like month and a half, 2 months, um, I wasn't sure, and I wasn't really aware or really conscious about it being anything outside of medicine. Um, I would just go in and do what I was called to do in my heart, like what my instincts did, like what my instincts told me to do. Um, as far as like meditating over her, playing her certain frequencies, playing her music, praying in specific ways. I really didn't know what I was doing at that time. Um, I don't really think because I contribute a lot of it, if not, I mean, like the majority of it to medicine. There's no way that I did anything to 90% heal her. There were about 25 different scenarios where there were these hiccups, like there were these things that were happening to her little body, and they were at a loss, where they were like, it's time to say goodbye. Like, we have nothing else to do. We cannot give
I'm
her any
curious,
more
Goldie.
medicine. Yes,
I'm
yes,
curious.
yes, yes, yes.
Is it possible in any way that your devotion to trying literally anything gave her some kind of something to fight for?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Is there any possibility in your mind that there's some combination of factors here that don't require a creator or any?
Relation between her and I, where she was like, dang, I gotta fight for this crazy lady. Like this lady at my bedside crying like that.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. That would be a part of it. That would be a part of the connection in healing, because as we as we communicate to someone, like,
Well,
yeah.
my question isn't about like something supernatural or anything.
No. Oh yeah, no, I know that. I caught that undertone.
So if you're leaving that room for the possibility that this is just you and your child connecting in a way that helps them to have something hopeful to fight for, I honestly don't know the effects of that and what medicine says, but is there any chance that is the only magic that was really present there?
I
The
think
love
that
of the mother.
I see your no, I see your question, and I've gotten that a lot of times as well, because I try to share this story as much as I can. So your question is that was my daughter in any way aware that I was fighting diligently for her and trying everything? So in that awareness, right, of a child that's born 17 weeks early, in my perspective, that is a part of it, but it might not be the answer. Like, you might not be in a space to say, yeah, okay, that's what, but the awareness would be, for me, it would be her awareness at she was born at 23 weeks, so that would be the awareness of a life before its
Okay.
time.
Yeah. You say the awareness of a life before its time. What do you mean by
Awareness
that?
of like the okay, so like how can
Before it was time. I'm sorry. You're saying that somehow. Yeah. No, we're getting lost in the weeds here. I'm not talking about some higher level communication, pre-birth awareness of. Again, it sounds to me like you're almost taking the question that I'm asking and trying to make it more magical in
well, I am for
answering it.
sure. Definitely, yeah.
Why is it?
Well,
Let
that's
me
just
ask
how
you
I
this
am.
question, Goldie.
That's just my yes.
Does everything have to be um, exaggerated to a magical effect?
No, not everything. Just this topic in this
Why?
conversation. No, not this topic.
Conversation.
Yeah,
Why?
just this topic in this conversation because I believe that there is something out. I believe there is something outside of us in this.
Why?
Because went in experiencing it, in experiencing this, I,
You
I,
said earlier through all
hmm
the questions, no matter how they were phrased,
yes.
between Jess and Hammy both asking you, that you would, actually, no, I think it was just Jess, that you would maintain this belief or find you would likely have come to it had this not occurred. That no matter how we frame it, it sounds to me like you want to believe in something magical regardless of this event. Is that not true?
Let me sit with that. Let me sit with that. Do I want to believe in something magical outside of this? Well, I think I believe in that, and if that's what you're referencing as magical, then the creator being some magical uh
So
fairy in a unicorn
you
forest,
would
then yeah.
right. So you would assume that the creator, there is a creator that exists, even if none of this with your child had occurred. You would still just assume creator exists at least. And why then?
Okay, if I lost my child in the NICU,
I didn't say lost. I didn't add
okay.
anything to the scenario.
Okay, so your question is that I would have found this that I'm in right now at some point in my life? Is that your question?
Nope. I don't think it is about the way I'm asking questions that makes them not come through, but I don't know how to rephrase them in a way that's going to
Okay,
continue the
that's okay. I
conversation.
appreciated
So
I
I think,
appreciated the conversation. I
sure,
did appreciate the
I
conversation,
think
and
this is the
I'll
time
stick
to
around
cut
and
it.
listen.
Yeah, appreciate you, and I hope you keep asking questions. I really do. Okay. If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. But if you do just want to tell us stories and not question them, I'm not sure how we're going to get anywhere. I want to know if people can't even question their beliefs. And now, for some reason, it sounds like, well, saying all the things. Yeah, it sounds like while saying all of the things that you are open to the possibility that you are open to these, you reach for magical thinking and want it and need it to be true for quite get to. Before we get a new guest up here, I do need to make sure and thank, Kylie, Derisius, also Donna B, and Dancing in Duality, Shelley. Thank you, Bex, Law of Attraction. Thank you, Paul, Heather, well, Robot Heather to be specific, because Heather's Descent also thank you, and Rooted in the Pines, Z-Witch, and of course, thank you, Freya, every one of you. If anybody watching does have that kind of belief, we'll go ahead and request up. We do have a couple of people in queue. I don't remember who was there first, so let's just see. Hello, Asmodeus.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. I know we've spoken before, but I don't remember everything about
Yeah.
the conversation. Can you remind me your
last
age?
events or whatever. I believe in the law of attraction, law of assumption.
Yeah, that wasn't the question I asked. What question did I just ask you? It was the, can I get your age?
46.
Okay. And you believe in law of attraction. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, though?
I used to. I grew up in a Pentecostal church.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I mean, so there's that. But I also, it's changed my views quite in the last couple of years.
When you say that you believed in law of attraction, what did that mean?
Well, I mean, law of attraction. I say law of assumption. So whatever you assume becomes your reality.
Whatever you assume becomes your reality.
Your mind has to make your assumption true.
Your mind has to make your assumption true?
Correct. That's what I believe in. I mean,
does it make it actually true, or it just makes you believe it? If you assume it, you believe it. That sounds a little circular.
Well, does it or not? I mean, let me ask you a question.
Why? Why would you need to ask me a question to better express what you believe?
So, say you had a friend you didn't talk to in like 20 years, correct?
Are you drunk, Asmodeus?
No, I'm never drunk.
Okay. Did you hear what I just asked you?
You said, why do I have to ask you a question to make it a question true?
Nope, not what I said at all. I said, why do you have to ask me a question in order to question your own beliefs? In order to answer the questions about your beliefs. Did I ask you a question before that, when you said, let me ask you a question?
No, you didn't.
I didn't?
My thing is, say
Asmodeus,
yeah.
I'm not here to answer your questions, because my beliefs or opinions aren't going to help you question yours. So you've told me you believe in law of assumption, law of attraction. If you assume something, then you make it real, correct?
Correct.
Okay. By assume something and make it real, does that mean you make it actually become part of reality, or do you make it become something you are convinced of?
Once your mind convinces of it, it becomes part of reality. Yes. So yeah.
Reality for everyone.
Yes and no.
Yes and no. So if you convince yourself and gain the assumption that the moon comes down and greets you every night,
they would not. But
it wouldn't be real.
Everybody else is. I would say everybody else is like an NPC character in the game.
Everybody else is an NPC.
You create your own reality. I mean, think about it. There's multiple realities.
So you're an NPC to me right now. Is
yes,
that what you're saying?
That'd be true. Yes.
So,
go ahead, Hammy.
So how does, if we all create our own reality and everybody
is an NPC in our own reality, then how does that work? Because, well, just how does that work?
Well, the best part is we all have infinite realities, correct? I mean, I consider we all have infinite
Is there?
I consider it, yes. I consider there's infinite realities upon realities upon realities upon realities.
Why would you
And
assume that?
do what?
Why would you assume that there's infinite realities?
Why wouldn't you?
That doesn't answer the question. Asmodeus, if you're not actually going to question your own beliefs, then why are you here?
No. So I consider.
So then, why don't you entertain Hammy's question instead of spitting it back at him?
All right, I'll entertain it. So
what was the question? Repeat it back so we know. So you were just about to start talking without actually answering the question because you don't remember the question. Is that accurate?
I thought you were asking Hammy to repeat it back.
I was asking you. Do you remember the question Hammy asked you?
Yes. Is why do I consider us having multiple realities? And my question, well, not my question,
your answer was why wouldn't you? So why don't you actually entertain the question? Why do you?
All right. So multiple realities, even based on science now, is science is starting to crack through it. It's a quantum science, quantum physics.
Asmodeus, what does the word quantum mean?
Quantum means multiple.
Quantum means multiple.
Don't. Okay, I thought you were about to tell him, Hammy. I'm like, no, don't tell him. I want to know if he even knows what quantum means since he's invoking it.
I mean, quantum means many.
Does it mean many? Is that what quantum? If we looked up quantum physics, it means many physics.
That'd be the best definition of menti or menti thinking of it.
I'm sorry, did you say menti?
Sorry, my front tooth's gone. Many.
So many physics is what quantum physics means. Mini? Are you saying mini? M-I-N-Y or M-A-N-Y?
Many as in multiple.
Multiple physics. That's what I thought you were saying. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear. Damn. So you're saying that quantum physics is many, multiple physics, and that was going to help you demonstrate what about multiple realities? I think he's Googling quantum.
It means the science of. I mean, I get the true definition you wanted to, but quantum physics.
Quantum physics.
Go ahead.
What is it? You said quantum physics. I just was making sure you were gonna tell me what it is now. If you're gonna talk about it, I want to make sure you know that we're talking about the same thing.
He's now.
He didn't have to look it up. I would have gone with multiple physics, and we could have.
That's why I was
questions,
like,
but
you're making me feel bad for it.
Well, did you find out something new?
No, I cut it off. But
go ahead and do it. No, go ahead. Go ahead and do it.
All right.
Do it. Just since you already started, it's a good time for me to remind everybody to tap the screen and share the live. We're already up to 35,000 likes, but we could be double that before the end of the live. We could easily double that before the even halfway point of the live. But I appreciate everybody for tapping and sharing. I appreciate everybody who's helped with the gifts, gifted the panel. Everybody who's hit that little share button down in the bottom corner. And if you even went in there and hit the repost button, well, thank you so very much. That helps immensely.
Quantum physics is basically study of atoms being raced up and down.
The atoms being what?
So,
Raised up and down, he said.
What's that?
You're saying quantum physics is the science of the elevation of atoms?
Yes.
Fascinating.
What was that? The Hadron Collider?
The
Hadron
The
Collider?
Hadron
Yes,
Collider.
that would be an example of physics being raced around, or matter being spewed from one side to the other, or reversed.
I thought it was just about the elevation of atoms, whether or not they were low or high atoms. So this is about atoms being moved
from one place to another at extreme speeds.
Atoms being moved at extreme speeds is that's quantum physics. And that tells us what about multiple realities again?
All right, so was it 2012? 2012 was the first time they hooked the machine up, correct?
What does that have to do with multiple realities?
Well, there's many beliefs that my reality hid into your reality. Let's just say your reality, my reality, they both combine.
Do you remember the question that you were starting to answer with quantum physics?
What was it? Multiple realities?
Why do you assume that there are multiple realities?
Because myself personally, I think that multiple realities have always been there. I mean, you've heard many stories of somebody being not right or something just at a point. That's just a little bit off.
I don't.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
I don't.
Just a little bit off.
I think he's trying to incorporate the entire Mandela effect.
I'm not trying to do the Mandela effect. I do know what it is, though. I'm not trying to, though.
I'm trying to figure out what does that have to do with answering the question on why. You're answering what you believe, not why you believe it.
All right, so my belief is...
Sure you're not drunk?
I'm sure. Not yet.
Wow. Oh, you've been drinking, I see.
Oh, yeah, I ain't lying.
Yeah, it just hasn't hit yet.
Yeah.
You just think your tolerance is a lot lower than it is. Or higher. Yeah. It's nonsense. Drunken nonsense. If anybody watching is not drunk and can actually form coherent sentences, then, I'd love to ask you what your beliefs are and why you believe them, if you can question. But yeah. Jess, you had a question for him, didn't you?
No, it's not even that. It's just I'm wondering how you get so many drunk people up here.
I don't know. It's a Monday night.
When people drink, they're like, you know what, this looks like a great place to talk.
Sorry, but if I had found this place while I was under the
Billionaire
influence...
brings up a really great point. Not only did he not... When I asked him if he was drunk in the beginning, he said never, didn't he?
Yeah.
Never. Like he didn't drink at all. I'm not gonna lie.
I may be drunk today, but I'll be drunk tomorrow. That was a quote from Larry the Cable Guy movie. I just...
When you asked him, I'm not asking what you believe, I'm asking why, and then he goes, well, I believe, and I'm like, oh god.
One of the funniest things I always see when people come up on this panel and they want to talk about quantum physics, they always are so adamant that they know what they're talking about, and it always reminds me. Yeah, you just have to ask them, what is quantum? Yeah. But it always fascinates me because it reminds me of the quote from the quantum physicist who was a professor, who he told people, he's like, if you think you know what quantum physics is, you don't know what quantum physics is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always fascinating because they come up and they're like, oh yeah, I know all about that. And I'm just like, do you? Because even the experts, they're like, who spend their entire lives learning this, are like, I know a little bit. Becca says, I believe I'm sober, but my response says otherwise.
Diricius, Cat, Amoria, and Goldie, thank you all so much. I appreciate you helping with that goal. Y'all are amazing. I think we might have a request. Let's see what we've got waiting. Jay, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did you mean to be up here, Jay? Okay. I am sore says, that's narcissistic. How can you question others openly, but not your own openly? I don't think, and I did you some favors grammatically. I don't think that sentence means what you think it means. And also, you clearly haven't read the room. It's not about what I believe. It's if you even can question what you believe. Shouldn't matter what I believe for you to be capable of doing that. But it is a room for critical thinking, and some just need some warming up. If you wanna hit, we don't need that at all. Just
like ever
for that moment to blast us with whatever that was. Do we have anybody else who actually is capable of questioning their beliefs? Because that's all it takes is a little courage, a little curiosity. And you too would be capable of questioning your beliefs.
Who knows? If you come up here enough times, like I did, you may become a questioner yourself.
This is scary. I want to go home.
I have questioned Jess before.
Do you want to question me again?
Well, I was just about to.
I don't remember.
I don't remember if you were on panel or if you were here that day.
I may not
well,
be
that
here.
day she's been here more than once.
What is it that you believe, Jess?
I believe
nothing.
In good
big,
food.
Fat nothing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Believe in a big fat nothing. Oh.
No, not quite.
In a nutshell. Oh. Bless you.
Cat, can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
No.
And do you believe in a god, higher power, or anything like that?
Kinda.
Good enough for me.
I'm really been dying to ask this question. Sorry, I've been wanting to ask this question for a long time. Are Thrayle and Bat the same person on different accounts, or am I crazy?
What?
Why are those two
totally
answers?
different people.
Well, why are those two answers mutually exclusive?
I don't. Like, are you hosting on one account and then speaking on another?
What makes you think that's something I would do?
Yeah, okay. Fuck, oh my god. Thank
Look,
God.
it's the rare time that Batcolyte actually talks. I mean, these are two totally different people. Like, clearly, there's Thrayle next to me, and then there's the Batcolyte over there.
I've
Clearly two
always been wondering that. Ever since I came across your lives, I've always wondered. I'm like, I can't ask that. It's not relevant.
Again, it is a channel for critical thinking, and some take a little more time to warm up.
I thought critically about it.
You did, and then you asked a question, which is a really great step.
You know, I don't even remember, like, my first go up here. Like, I don't remember if I ever even tried to pronounce your name, or if I just heard other people pronounce your name, and I was just like, yep, he's Thrayle. I don't think I ever went through that. Thrayle? Thrayle?
Cat just talked through a teacup. How did you do that?
It's the Fire Yeti.
It's crazy.
Wait a minute.
We can't.
And
the Wi-Fi is terrible, Cat.
The Wi-Fi's terrible, and you're a teacup somehow. I had to check all three screens.
With the mute. With the mute on. Yeah, the mute symbol is still on your right in front of your name as well. So the Fire Yeti must be doing a lot for you.
Yeah, you need to drop her down so she can come back up.
Yeah, yeet her.
That might fix it.
I don't have the power to yeet you, so only Thrayle can do that.
No, you can't eat.
Really?
I do not have. Yeah. So some mods don't have that power. I don't. I told him that whenever I got my mod powers, I was like, I'm going to be honest, I'm probably going to spend more attention to the chat than I am with anybody on panel.
There's a cat. Oh, no. Cat is loading on one screen, but not on the other, but that seems to be my problem.
I see a black screen for Cat, and I can hear her, though.
Can you hear me? I can't see myself.
Yes.
Oh,
we see you. And
there I am.
You're there. You exist now, Cat. But Kevron is moaning into the microphone.
That's unfortunate.
So, Kevron, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, man, I was just trying to listen in.
Oh, apparently he wasn't trying to listen in too terribly well.
He didn't listen in well enough to hear the question asked, so... Hey, Casper, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Of course. My age is 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I've come to realize that I believe in absurdism more than anything else.
What is it?
He was a sandwich and a vat, Thrayle, from Saturday night.
It was a sandwich and a vat, I see. And so now you can choose the vat if you'd like to or not.
It's interesting. The research I did on absurdism, I'm like, this does sound like what I'm kind of going through.
Absurdism for the win, I keep telling people.
It just makes me like laugh at how life is and just yeah.
Did you read The Myth of Sisyphus?
Right, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's finding the meaning of the meaningless.
The Myth of Sisyphus.
Oh,
But it's fun to say, though, isn't it?
It is.
Does that make me a sissy? I don't know.
Sisyphus.
questions are going to get more and more.
I'm trying to keep the puns to a minimum.
Yeah, no. I mean, even one was too many.
I was just talking to Kat.
So,
I hope you're doing well. I didn't ask you how you were today, but I hope you're doing good. We were just chatting.
Okay, well, I was just trying to ask you a question. So, you've found absurdism is more comfortable for you. What does that mean to you?
It's a way to communicate. Communicate
what do you
ideas.
mean? What do you mean?
So, I didn't know like the kind of experience I was having where I was realizing that this is all just each individual human's perception of life. Like that's what we're all living through is our layered experiences and our traumas and all this sort of stuff. When we pull all that back, I believe we're all the same and we're all in this together and we're all one. But also I believe that there is no meaning in any of this. And we just make the meaning. So whatever way we can go about doing that in a way that serves us, like I live by ideals, right? So like I want to be happy. I want to be lead with love and compassion and peace. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Is there any harm in your understanding now, your belief? Anything that you think could harm you or others about it?
Anything that can harm me, sharing these kind of ideals can be harming. I've realized I've been joining other lives, and I believe we're all mirrors, and when we reflect certain ideals onto others, sometimes it's not the right time. A lot of the time it's not the right time, and maybe it'll never be the time in their lifetime, but it's just difficult to talk about these things with people who aren't completely open to it, you know? So things can get negative and things could get become more war between ideas, and it's not about that. It's just about sharing.
What is the harshest critique you would have of your worldview now?
The harshest critique about what?
Your worldview now.
My worldview now? My harshest critique, probably, it's not going to be a happy one, but I currently live alone, and I haven't had a lot of interaction with the outside world from a physical standpoint. But, I've talked to people and interacted with people here and there, but a lot of it has been through isolation. And I feel like I feel the best when I'm isolated from the world and just living my day-to-day peacefully on my own. Because I believe we live and we die alone. But I also believe we're all in this together. It's just, that's the one thing. It's like, I believe in both, you know?
Yes.
Do you feel like your beliefs align more with existentialism than they do with absurdism?
I think that's probably the first time he's heard that word, existentialism.
It means like it's very similar to absurdism. It just means that life has no meaning, but we create our own. Versus like absurdism is like life has no meaning, but we just enjoy life anyway. They're very similar, but like there's a difference in the philosophy.
I'll look into existentialism, but yeah, if it's what you say it is, because when I was looking at absurdism, it had the same definition you gave existentialism. So
yeah, it's like
they're often conflated. They're both responses to nihilism.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I take both of them based on what you were saying. For sure.
But I also agree, or not agree, but I also definitely understand what you say by coexisting in your own environment and being satisfied with that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I believe we're when we're in the womb, when we're born, we're complete. We have always been complete, you know? But you know, the world kind of makes meaning to stuff. We try to make meaning of the world around us.
Does meaning really matter that much to you?
No.
I think meaning matters to everyone who is spiritualist, like who's spiritual or religious, because I think that's the overarching like thing that people want. They want to attribute meaning, value, and purpose to their life, whether it brings them comfort or some sort of understanding to how things work. Like before organized religions, the religious understanding was to bring concepts and like make sense of things, how the world works. Now that we have science to explain a lot of things, people use organized religion to attribute meaning and purpose to their life.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sorry.
That's all right. I don't know that I have very many more questions for you at the moment. And
okay, I'll mute.
I do have a few more guests in queue, so I was going to go ahead and set you back down to the comments, but I do appreciate you coming up and letting us ask you a few questions and giving us the update. I hope you come back, and who knows, maybe you're in questions. Let's move forward. Alex, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I just turned 28.
Happy birthday. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
You know, I joined this. I grew up mostly Christian, but I've been growing through a part where, like, not just through social media, but also just through like studying anthropology and a lot of things where I don't find myself in a state where I can have a sense of objective truth in either direction.
A sense of objective truth in either direction.
I think in some capacity, yes. I think there does.
Do you think that it requires objective truth to have a belief?
Yeah, I think that there has to be some way to quantify what is factual, and I base that on my experience because right now I'm working as a paralegal, so we do have to go through facts and case data to provide arguments for a case, and so when I look through a lens of what is or what isn't factual when there's a claim being made.
How do you quantify what is factual about the existence of anything beyond your own perception?
You know, that's the thing. The more and more I look into it, it's like I'm incapable of it.
Oh, You were already in the jar. Sorry, Cat, I robbed you of one. So you were saying that there's no way for you to empirically understand or evidence reality. So are you therefore becoming a solipsist?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you a brain in a jar? Imagining, I mean literally.
No.
Do you believe you are projecting reality and everything from your own mind?
No. I believe that I feel things through my body, and then that's how I perceive them.
Okay, so
It's not quite in a jar.
not quite. You said that you were coming out of Christianity?
Well, yeah, sort of. I'm not necessarily in a state where I'd say I'm more agnostic now than I am in terms of faithful.
Because you can't empirically evidence one way or another if God exists. But so your belief is no. You have no belief in a God or belief against a God. Oh, you got the whole Wi-Fi again, Cat. You'll have to... Wait a second. There it is. And there you're gone again. Yeah. Again. And you're back again.
Am I back? Am I actually back?
I swear I'm not fucking with you. Go.
So would you say, like, or Abrahamic God leaning agnostic? Like, you think that this God is the God, but you're not sure?
Well, based on from my exposure of research, I would say yes. Although I am currently studying other faiths, I've gotten a copy of I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, but the Bhaktivedanta. Yes. And so I'm still learning that. I've also been trying to learn more about Islam, and when I try to go through methods of what is not just religious narrative of religion, but also cultural implication of the time being taken place, I see myself going through a rationale where these are just divinity is used as a narrative to justify action rather than identify events.
Can you say that one more time?
Yeah, so through my studying of faith, I've been lately trying to measure it with what we can measure through anthropology. When I looked at...
Sorry, I just meant the last part about divinity is what I was reading.
Yeah, so I've lately been coming to see that religion has been used more as divinity has been mostly used to justify action than explain events.
Oh, okay. That's, can you tell me what divinity is?
Well, I would say an absolute force that perpetuates not only creation but moral reasoning.
This is a little aside. I don't think anybody knows what this word means. I mean, I don't know what this word means really, but I don't think anybody knows what this word means because every time, like, I ask for a definition of it, it's completely different than the last. That's interesting.
What word?
Divinity or divine. I ask for anytime somebody says to me, but I think that's a fair assessment of religion. What does this tell you about religion?
So, you know, that's the thing. I feel like
I have a better question, actually, if you want, if I can.
Go for it.
How is this realization or like conclusion that you're coming to? How does this inform your belief?
where not just existentially, but everything is sort of like every single facet of fact and thought brings me to a place where, you know, it's completely subjective. I even look at, like, you know, even like aspects in politics or is disguised through rhetoric where even in that you can't even measure what truth is. And so I'm like in a state where, you know, if I have values or if I have beliefs, are those values even real? And if those values are real, then there's no proper function to execute those values. And if those values are real, are they even valid to have?
How do you determine what truth is?
Well, so just like, okay, so if a hat is a hat, then it's a hat, right? So there's like
That's circular.
you know, it's so like water, it hydrates your body. So when I think of like a fact, right, it's like, you know, water, there are some empirical evidences, and maybe my communication skills aren't the greatest for this, but
Is it maybe something that's consistently repeatable?
yeah.
Okay. So how does that understanding inform your belief?
Well, if something's consistently repeatable, then it's mostly true, and then or rather it is true to the extent that it can be. Then if it's, I would also go further to say that if there's a documentation that is impartial, or multiple documentations that are impartial, then that could document a specific event of fact. That's how we base the consensus of history and memory.
Like, okay, so you're just talking about documentation, like these religious texts, right? So you would say that like consistent documentation through many sources would make something like true to, you know, to the extent that we can understand it.
Yeah. So like through, for example, like when I've been looking through the Abrahamic faith, a lot of the characters like Noah and Noah's children aren't, you know, it's written in a way where those are characters, but rather they're more so, from what I found, more amalgamations of what could be multiple characters that are attributed to a hero-like figure. Like, wasn't real; it was a myth that was fabricated, but it was based off of a history of a time where there are many Roman soldiers named Artorius who had some prominent feature within that time period.
So, are you like? I'm getting the sense that you, this has. Did you, up until you started rethinking all these things, did you believe the Bible was true?
There's always points of, in terms of interpretation, I'd always questioned, but I always had like foundational.
Part of it was true.
Yeah.
So now it sounds like you are rethinking the trueness of the Bible.
Yes. Yeah.
Is this affecting how has this affected the way you believe in the God of the Bible?
You know, it makes me question the idea of whether, you know, what I can measure is that there is a documented historical age, and then beyond that is the mythic creation age. And so when I look at through the various interpretations, it makes me question whether or not everyone was essentially just building these interpretations for the purpose of trying to justify a belief rather than objectively observing the belief.
Where does that leave your beliefs, though?
I feel shattered.
Yeah, I was gonna say, sorry, Kat, you continue. I just wanted to, when you're finished.
What I'm trying to do is get to where he is with God, which we just got there, so.
Okay. Yeah, what it sounded like to me after, like, trying to dismantle the puzzle pieces, because you're studying a specific subject that demonstrates historical evidence and, I guess, culture and society that brings forth a new idea or new possibility that goes against Christianity, it's starting to make you question the validity of what is in the Bible, is how I interpreted what you said.
I think he came to a new idea of how you determine what truth is.
You know, you're both kind of right in that regard. I think it's on not just dismantling the puzzle pieces, but it's trying to see how other people dismantled puzzle pieces and put them together, and whether or not even that is correct.
Can you make are you making any puzzle pieces fit together for yourself?
You know, I like see these puzzle pieces, but it's just like I don't know how they fit anymore, is how I feel. Like, I knew how to take it apart, and now I see that I have to put it together again, but it's like I have no instruction manual to do so.
Why do you have to put it together again?
You know, because whether it's an understanding to have a very definitive answer is what I'm motivated for, I would say.
So you desire a definitive truth and you're not satisfied with that. You can't leave it as it is.
Yeah.
And what makes you think that the puzzle piece doesn't fit? Like, what's the issue you're having?
You know, it's a matter of, you know, partially it's doubt within my skill set, and also, you know, it's like, you know, I know the tools to dismantle, but I don't have the tools to even put it back together if that was something I were to try to do, and not just with faith, but any kind of like idea or concept that could really ever be had, because it's this was like a very core thing to my identity, and now it's essentially been I'm in a place where it's kind of where it's shattered, and it's like trying to grab it back, but it's like they're drifting away from me and moving to different positions.
After a window breaks, can you put it back together?
It depends on the break, but mostly no.
Yeah, right. After a window shatters, can you put it back together?
No, probably not. Yeah.
No. So do you think it's reasonable to expect yourself to be able to put back together something that you describe as shattered?
Well, I also don't believe in replacing it entirely, because then it's just, there's a space there that has no function. You to leave it broken.
What's wrong with open concept?
What?
Why do you need a window? Hell, wall that shit up. No. Why do you need to rebuild it?
Well, if I find that if you leave it shattered, then it's really just if we.
How long's it been shattered?
About maybe a week.
Okay. So you've found so far in a week that leaving it shattered does what?
It makes me kind of like paralyzed in a way to really observe what else is wrong, you know, because it's like if this window is shattered, then it's like, you know, it's another example is like, you know, when you flick the dominoes just keep falling, and so it's just everything. It's making me look at like all the other windows in the house, I guess, is the best thing to see if they're shattered or if they're not, because this was it. I don't know. I think with the idea of the window shattering is more pertaining to me, but I think with this facet of faith is really closer to maybe the domino example, because it makes me question what other aspects of what I think or view is just not in whether it's correct or incorrect.
So you're concerned with the fact that because...
Oops. We heard you though, Kat. Have you ever had a bad breakup, Alex?
I've had breakups, but nothing really bad.
Yeah, that's all robot, Cat.
You're cutting us off.
She knows. It's just a second more probably if you get closer. Stick your left arm straight up in the air and dance in a circle. It might work.
Something about my hand on my chest or something. I don't know. I was trying to make an analogy, but I don't think it's going to work that well. So go ahead, Jess.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you until you cut in. My bad. Yeah, so you're concerned with the fact that because this belief that you've sustained for pretty much your whole life has now been broken down, you're starting to view the cracks and everything else, and you're worried that if this thing that you've believed for so long is now proven to be otherwise, you're thinking like, what else am I wrong about? And that's kind of shattering your whole world, basically.
Yeah.
What's wrong with having your world shattered?
It's more so, you know, if everything's shattered, right, then what's left over? And if it would be, in my mind, like nothing.
Or a god to believe in, then there is nothing left over.
Well, not just necessarily an absence of God. It's whether or not, because the concept isn't that God doesn't exist. It's the faith of, or the ability to measure faith is, I would say, is what's gone. And so now it's I don't disbelieve in God, but I don't believe in God either. So that's why I'm like closer to the agnostic area. And so that's like, I'd rather either believe or not believe in God than be agnostic.
Because you fear the nothingness?
Well, it's a form of inconsistency to what I feel like. It's not.
Is it that you are uncomfortable not knowing?
Yeah, form. I find that an absence of certainty is what I find being
What is
uncomfortable.
uncomfortable about saying I don't know?
Because when I think of specifics to saying I don't know, it's more so, you know, even I don't know how to put to words specifically. You know, if I don't know about this particular thing, then I have no basis to formulate beliefs in other aspects and avenues, I would say, which if I know nothing, which I understand, like the idea to build knowledge is to like learn, study subjects, like, you know, learning math, like math is objective, but it's other concepts are not as objective. And so like life itself, like
could you
it can build an absence of purpose, or
could you maybe reframe it into I don't know, being an opportunity to learn way more things than you could when you thought you knew?
yeah, it's that's what I've been trying to do with you know, learning various different religions now, but it's more so I'm
For
in
a
a
week.
state.
Has it been a week? How long have you been looking into various different?
So I've been doing that for about a year now. So
a year.
Yeah. There's still much more to learn, but I've been lately trying to measure things through the shatter of the specific faith has happened within a week.
I see. And you've seen other windows, but they don't look like they'll fit.
Yeah.
And you don't. You still have. Actually, I think Jess has a question.
Why do you need a new window?
I'd say in terms of the window, for me for a long time, rather than seeing religion as a window in particular, it was more of a force that gets everything going. So it was like the everything within reason and motivation was kind of driven into that fact, and or into that igniting factor. And so without being able to ignite, it's like, well, why do anything at all?
Do you believe you can't attribute meaning and purpose to your life without a religion?
Well, in my mind, religion gives, at least in its own narrative, an objective motivation of what to do in its own narrative. Now, when looking at reason and purpose, you know, I think to go through extreme examples is you could either do great harm and call it great good, or you could do great good and might even see it as great harm. And it gets to a point where everything becomes subjective rather than objective. And who is one to, I think, see value in or truth in that aspect?
So it's more based around your morality then, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Do you think you can't find good morals without religion?
I think when I try to view morality in an absence of religion, it brings me to a point where every society that has tried to stem away from objective value of what is good and what is wrong, you can easily sway someone or sway people in a sense where, and not easily, but you can, on that, to promote ideas that are, I would believe are harmful, but it's if I have no belief of what is, then what is to say that I believe is and isn't harmful?
Does God need to exist to be meaningful?
I think that whether or not it needs to exist is it would change the meaning if it did or did not.
I don't understand. But like, does like the being God need to exist for it to be meaningful?
To me, yes, I think so. When I think of meaning through, if there's a God that exists for meaning to happen, then meaning is defined as in an objective sense, whereas without God,
Alex, we're talking about whether or not the God has meaning. Does God need to exist for God to be meaningful?
I suppose not.
You don't sound totally sold on that, though.
I think it gets to a point where
it's very new. That's it's okay. Yeah, it's fresh. So if God doesn't have to exist for it to be meaningful, does that mean? What does that mean for morality, in your view? Like we can still derive all the meaning from the Bible or whatever teaching, without the God necessarily existing. So maybe that solves the morality issue?
Well, it would make me view morality in a sense of it's anything I say it is, rather than it being something to adhere to.
Can't it be
Do you
both?
think morality is subjective?
I think in an absence of what would be an objective God, it would be, then yes, morality becomes subjective.
So without God, morality becomes subjective, but with God, morality is objective.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the difference?
The objective view would be there would be something that is basically correct or incorrect, or righteous and unrighteous, or however to take it. But without God, I could say, causing harm to people is righteous for the sake of or is good because it could make me feel good, even if that's not something that's true to my character. But I've also based that my character on morality system of a God that I'm starting to very much question.
So you don't think that so you think you need a higher power or a religion or a sort of God to tell you what is good and what is not?
Then why have a sense of sympathy or empathy, or why learn about sympathy or empathy? And then it's like questioning, well, why do you even need sympathy or empathy or learn about those concepts? Why care for others, or why I don't know how to formulate.
Think
Yeah, I
there's
know.
something that you're forgetting? So do you think that there's something that you're forgetting whenever it comes to empathy?
I think when it comes to those concepts, there are times where I can find myself with, whether it's people that I have, or maybe not people, but a person that I have an inherent, difficulty in terms of getting along with. I would think of, how to resolve that issue, where it's like, okay, well, what's the point of even resolving the issue, other than for my own survival?
I mean, so what it sounds like saying is that you don't know how to exist without the absence of God, like with the absence of God. So God dictated your morals and how you do things, what you do, and how you go about them. And now that you don't have that, you're not sure.
Yeah.
Is that not just learning, though? What we all do as humans is understanding and learning and growing from one another as social creatures.
It is, but without the I think without a moral drive, you can easily go into facets that are more harmful than not. And then it's like, well, why should I not?
What is morality, Alex?
I think morality is a form of how to behave, and a subjective view, it's how to behave in a facet that is acceptable through a general populace.
Why do you need any other view of that? What's wrong with this subjective view of morality?
I think of the Nazis. Not a big fan of them.
Prefer you didn't say that word on the
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
TOS.
But I think of a lot of the societies.
So you're not a fan, but can you think of any framework of morality that wasn't subjective?
Well, for a long part, I thought I would look at Christianity as objective, but now with this, it's there's many things that I question it, not just about faith, but of reason itself. So I don't know if I can generate an answer, really.
What was the question I asked?
I'm now pulling up blank, actually.
Could you think of any moral framework that's ever existed that wasn't subjective?
No.
So then what would fundamentally change with that understanding?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
You defined morality as the way an individual would act within a given society, something along those lines.
Yeah. To react in a society and to propagate survival is what I think.
To propagate survival, interesting choice. So you've decided that survival is your subjective basis of morality and inclusion in the group, maintaining some kind of societal amicability, right? That's your subjective moral framework. Did you need God to help you get there?
Well, I would say with God would convict me to go above that, to adhere not to.
God would convict you to go above that, or you might feel that you would like to do more.
Well, I would say that with the objective view, God would convict me to convict myself in a way to go above just my own survival and my own needs.
You say that God would. Do you feel convicted to go above survival and your own needs?
Many times, there are times where I don't want to, and there are times where I think, well, okay, well, what would Jesus do, or what would what is the Bible telling me to? And now it's.
So when you think of what to do beyond your own needs and survival, you only think about it in relation to what Jesus would do or what the Bible says.
Many times, yes. I would say that was a strong framework for me. Yeah.
I'm talking about right now. I realize it's fresh, but right now.
I think it's still a sense of a remnant of that, but it's now I'm even starting to question that, and so it's like, well, okay, is this because of a habit or because of genuine belief?
Do you want to harm anyone?
Generally, no.
Do you want harm to come to you?
No.
It seems likely that others might have a similar perspective on that, right? They might not want harm to come to them. They might not want to harm others. Might, right? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay. If you worked under the assumption that others at least did not want harm to come to themselves, and you don't tend to want to harm others or want harm to come to yourself, is there some basis there you could begin? Does that require a God? Could that even in that, could that lead you to commit acts of charity and kindness because of the way that you might want or enjoy feeling when those things are visited upon you? It's not objective, it's subjective, right? You, subject, Alex.
Yeah. So
you feel about those things.
So subjectively, I would feel that would be a view of which I could I would want to pursue. But I also recognize that it's without. I feel that without the objective conviction, it's that could change into dramatic ways, in ways that it's like I might not foresee
When you
myself.
say objective conviction, what does that even mean? objective? What's conviction coming from, going towards in this objectivity?
I would say the objective conviction is the framework in where I feel convicted from what I would used to view as the objective conviction, to go above and beyond myself. And so now it's without that. It's like I still want to do that, but it's like, well, I could, 10 years down the line, I'm like, screw charity, screw this.
Objective conviction is that the for things you assumed were God or wanted to be God?
Yeah.
Could you not use that same objective conviction to commit acts of harm that seem in alignment, at least, with the God's wills? Your opinion of its objective conviction.
Yeah. That's the one thing that got me to question a lot of my faith.
It certainly seems like a very subjective conviction happening. Was it just something you could call objective, but it really came from
that's
a book, a teaching, a viewpoint?
Yeah. I kind of, that's what I'm starting to see now, or trying to interpret now. But for a long time, it was, to me, it was the objective. It was the objective, like, igniting factor.
If you could put the blinders back on, Alex, would you?
I don't think it's possible to do it, so I find
hypothetically.
I think I would try to reframe it whereas if I could expand my sight to see what is beyond my doubt, that's what I would try to aim for.
I'm sure everybody would like to see beyond their doubt. What's so uncomfortable about doubt?
Just the absence of clarity.
What's so comfortable about clarity? Can clarity be harmful or stressing? Knowing what's coming all the time.
I think with clarity, you can brace yourself for impact or for change, and for it allows you to prepare for the next.
Was it ever really clarity?
Well, not anymore, but I guess. But for a while it was.
For a while it was. Was it actual clarity, or did it just feel like that? Were you convinced?
That's what I would say. That's what it felt like.
What's worse, to doubt and meet the unexpected, or to assume you know and have clarity and have that all shattered?
Well, they seem the same, but I would say, because you have to shatter to have the doubt, right?
Do you?
Do I have doubt?
No, I mean, do you have to have a shatter to have a doubt? You might have. But
you probably don't. But I mean, that's what I'm experiencing.
I understand.
Yeah.
So, do you think it was better to go through that shattering than it will be to simply greet each unexpected thing already doubting?
Not too sure. I probably I think the shattering, it's already happened, so you can't change it. It's just in terms of moving forward, it's like I feel like clueless. So it's like
MC Mari in the chat seems to think it's not so much about doubt, but not accepting that there's no vocabulary to doubt, like there is to, I assume, like they mean like there is to faith, to certainty.
Huh.
You don't have words to describe the unknown things that you described them as before.
Yeah, I think that's a solid thing. Yeah, absence of vocabulary.
It seems throughout our conversation to be kind of important to you. I don't mean that as an insult. I just mean that.
Yeah, I don't take it as an insult either.
Yeah. Seems it seems that you do enjoy a large vocabulary, and I think not being able to put words to something might be unsettling to you.
Yeah.
Well spotted, Mari. I don't know that I have any more questions at this moment.
Well, I thank you for.
I think Kat might have one more.
Oh, I did, but I don't remember it. I have one for you later, but
Well, I thank you for your time.
Appreciate you, Alex.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing with us. Thank you for being open and honest with your answers and really going on a journey. I hope you come back and let us know, if you find more answers.
Sure.
But keep asking questions. I appreciate
you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
It's so fresh and you're doing good.
Yeah, he is.
Was that a mirror held to you a little bit?
What do you mean?
The words, the vocabulary.
Not quite a mirror for me. But I definitely, when I saw the comment, it struck me like, why didn't I catch on? I've been paying attention to his vocabulary the whole time. I didn't put those together, so.
Yeah, that's interesting because you also really, really like words.
I do enjoy words. I like make them in all kinds of languages too. But yeah, no, MC Mari deserves a W on that. Let's see what else we've got in the queue. I do not know the order you requested. Hopefully you are still there. Well, there's one. Oh, and we've got a wild crow. Hey, Landon, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Landon may not be with us. Hello, crows, Madenva.
Madenva, I am 332 years old.
332.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it as of today, right now?
Yeah, 332 years old today. So you owe me a happy birthday. How we doing anyway? We okay?
Sam Hain.
I'm going to hunt you down and put you on my fire.
How did you just pronounce it?
He's taking the piss.
Yeah, he's...
No, I'm just curious if that's actually how Americans pronounced it.
Many. If they know about it and they only read it and they, didn't look for a pronunciation guide or know anything, they probably do.
Crows, how was your salon? Was it good?
Oh, out of this world. Out of this fucking world, man.
So who is he? Who is Sam Hain?
Sam Hain is the Martian fire yeti, if you've been paying any attention.
I did pay attention. I did see that, and I freaking absolutely freaking...
We've got Nanya Biz joining us. Nanya, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, everyone. 50.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I'm gonna let you know right now, honestly, I am just finding out.
Are you doing dishes while you talk to us?
I'm just washing my hands off. Out that Jesus is name is not the Son of God. After 19 years of being a Christian, honestly, I've been lukewarm. I haven't been, the most righteous person.
He's the Son of Man.
Right. So I'm just learning, Hammy, that Jesus that's not his name. I'm just learning that.
You're just learning about the name Yeshua, or
Yahuwah.
Oh,
And
Scott, so,
but I just want to fast forward that I just want to state that honestly, I've studied many religions. I sat with Buddhists. I sat with the monks. I've sat with Scientology. I've sat with non-denomination. I sat with catechisms for adults, the Catholics. I've sat with many religions.
Here's what I'm going to do, because I really don't appreciate when somebody just keeps going and going without responding to the questions. And I just want to take a breath there. It sounds like you could take a breath. I want to know if you currently believe in a god or gods. Now, it sounds like you might be on some kind of deconstruction journey, or maybe not. Maybe you're just now realizing that there's more to the faith that you claim to hold. But I'd like an answer to the question, at least as best you can muster. Do you currently believe that this God... I just sent you an invite to unmute your microphone. I muted it when you kept going for a second there.
Sure. So, absolutely, I believe the Bible is inerrant, and King James twisted a lot of it to enslave.
Sure. Okay, so you believe the Bible is inerrant prior to the King James translation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you believe that God exists and that there's a 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden, global flood, all the way to Revelation. All is true.
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because I've studied many religions, and like I said, I've had the experience to
studied many religions over the course of how long?
Wow, 19 years.
You're how old again?
I'm 50.
So over the last 19 years, you've studied religions and only just recently found out that Jesus's name wasn't Jesus.
Right. Yeah, like I mentioned, I've been lukewarm. I haven't been,
Is that studying? Or is that kind of like just hearing about it?
When I say lukewarm?
No, I mean the studying part, about studying all different
Oh, yeah,
religions.
yeah. No, I've studied in depth. I mean...
Oh, you didn't study your own religion in depth?
That, yeah, basically. I've been, doing my own thing. I've been very, much so in the flesh and doing what I want.
So what I'm missing here, I guess, is how can you believe the Bible is true and literal if you've never really studied it? Let me ask this.
Okay.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Not thoroughly, no.
Why?
Because I have been doing my own thing. It's a selfish upbringing, and I was,
Okay,
If
so you've never read the Bible from beginning to end, but you believe it is entirely true. You've studied other world religions. I assume you don't believe they're true. Why would you assume that one of these is true at all if you it's the least studied in your repertoire?
Because I've had encounters with God, with the Holy Spirit, that changed my life. I know.
Encounters with God?
Yes.
How do you know that your encounters were with God?
Because it changed my life. It changed my heart. It changed my outlook.
Can an encounter with not God change a life, an outlook?
What do you mean, not God?
Anything other than God, a human, an animal. Could I have an encounter with a badger outside of my studio right now that could change my outlook or my life?
Yeah, I guess, but it's not eternal. It's not something that I look forward to.
Were your encounters eternal?
A sense of peace. I have this peace that surpasses all understanding. I've been through a lot.
Could I not have an encounter with something that gave me a sense of peace and understanding, change my life, and it not be God?
Of course, I believe so. I mean, your pets, my dog, my nature in itself, it changes, your perspective, and you have encounters with it. But your faith is your faith, and whatever you put your faith in, is personal. And I believe, coming from
I have a question. I have a question. I'm going to take you back a wee minute, right? So earlier on, when you first came in, you'd said that you'd studied a lot of religions in depth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you've told us that you've studied your own religion, but you didn't study it as deeply as what you should have done. So your understanding of your own religion was flawed, right? That's what you said. That's why you've discovered that he's got a whole different name, right?
What's the name? Yeah.
Yeah. So if your study of your own religion was flawed, how can you say that the deep study of the other religions that you've done isn't also flawed?
Because I've learned that majority of religion is a cult. What I have is a relationship with the Holy Spirit, and it changed my life. I come.
How did you determine? Oh.
Go ahead, Hami.
Oh, I was just going to ask, how did you determine that it was the Holy Spirit and not, say, Odin or Athena or any other god or goddess?
I don't know any of those people you just mentioned.
You don't know Odin?
No, what is that?
Thor?
I'm sorry. We're gonna stop for just a moment. Nanya, when you said you studied, sorry, when you said you studied world religions for 19 years, can you name one of those other religions?
Sure. I mentioned Scientology.
Okay.
I've mentioned Buddhist. I studied with the Buddhist. I sat with the monks.
You sat with the Buddhists. You sat with the monks. Can you tell me the name of their path?
The name of the path? I'm not sure. I don't remember a lot of it.
How many folds does it have?
I have no idea.
In Scientology, what is the thing that you're trying to rid yourself of?
Yeah, that I've learned about that, and
what is it called? Do you know? What is it that you got to get rid of? You got to get audited so you can find out if your levels are high or low, right?
yeah, it's like your past. You try to get rid of your past.
No, okay. So you haven't really studied any of these religions at all, have you?
Like I said,
are you just a
I didn't
liar,
study in
or
depth.
are you trying to exaggerate to impress anybody?
No. I'm not saying
So
that.
you
I
haven't studied
in
any
depth.
of these religions. You said you did religions in depth. You didn't
Not
study
in
your own.
depth. I
But
said I studied them.
Can you give me a religion you did study in depth?
Catechisms, Catholic.
So your own religion you studied in depth as far as a different sect of your religion.
And still got it wrong.
Yes.
And still got
I feel like this is just somebody who's lying to impress people and nobody's impressed.
I'm not lying.
Nanya, let me Nanya, I was a Baptist for a great portion of my life.
Okay.
And even if somebody like seriously quizzed me on a lot of the Baptist teachings and stuff, I'll probably get it wrong, right? Because A, I was very young whenever I became a Baptist, and B, it's not something that I really thought too much about, right? I did all the stuff I needed to do, but I didn't think too much about it. So if you quiz me, hey, what did the Baptists do? Would have done here, here, here? I'd probably been like, I don't know.
Okay.
But I would also not say that I studied the Baptist tradition in depth. And you came up here and told us you studied this in depth. And you haven't even gotten the basics of these things correct.
Nanya, you said you studied Catholicism in depth. Can you tell me what apostolic succession is?
Apostolic succession, you said?
Mm-hmm.
That the words I'm not sure of. Excuse me, because I've forgotten a lot of these.
Studied Catholicism in depth. What is catechism?
Catechism is the study of Christianity. It's the Catholic beliefs, I believe. I've been through a lot, so like my memory.
Can you tell me what
Okay,
transubstantiation is?
Okay, don't answer that. Don't answer that, right? Don't answer that, right? Nanya, listen up, sweetheart, and listen up carefully, right? Whatever it is that brought you to this panel, you aren't going to find. But what I can say to you is this: you are absolutely 100% enough in everything that you do. Don't listen to these banshees up here, right? You are enough.
Hey,
yes,
hey, I'm a
banshees.
werewolf, thank you.
Well, Okay, fair, fair.
Okay. Pep talk aside, Nanya, I'm not trying to humiliate you or shame you. It seems to me as though you have decided that you want to, I don't know, either you're trying to impress people or you genuinely have forgotten all of these things.
No, I'm really
over the
serious. I'm not
19
trying to
years.
impress people. I don't know any of you guys. I'm coming up here stating that I've studied, meaning I checked in. I've been searching for the true religion. If you want to use
so
the
not
word
in
religion.
depth. You've been searching for God or something like it. And you believe that there is a God, that the Bible's true.
Yes.
And when asked why, your response is?
I have several encounters with God. I have several encounters with the Holy Spirit. Encounters.
You have encounters with God. You have encounters with the Holy Spirit.
Yes.
So you assume then that a book you've never read is true.
What do you mean by never read? I read the Bible. I didn't read it from page to page. I'd be lying if I said I read it from page. I read it from page to page.
Okay. So you didn't read it from page to page. So a book you hadn't completed.
Right.
You assume that this book you haven't completed is true.
Yes.
Because of an encounter you had.
Several. And a changed life. I mean, if I wasn't changed, I'd still be living the life that I once lived.
But how do you know it wasn't the Holy Spirit and some other deity of a different religion?
Because I put my trust in the Holy Spirit, not in any other cult, is what I'm.
So it was the Holy Spirit, Nanya. So it was the Holy Spirit because you believed in the Holy Spirit beforehand, and you therefore think that the guidance or the help you got was from this thing.
From the studies that I've had done in the past, I've learned that there's really no life there. It's robotic. It's a program.
Wait,
it's
hold
a
on.
cult.
Hold on, Nanya. You sat there and you told us. You basically admitted, without actually admitting it, that you haven't done really any due diligence in any of these religions and
but the little bit that I've gotten out of it, I says, okay, this is not it. You don't have to be. It's not rocket science to sit at a Jehovah Witness hall and know that this is not it.
I'm done with being shouted at. I'm done, Nanya.
Nanya, you need to bring your level down a little bit because it's not productive just to raise your voice and no one can understand what you're saying. I think we've deducted from what you've said, as you said that you've studied for 19 years in these many different religions, which we've come to the conclusion that that is just not the case. We've also understood the fact that you say you haven't read the Bible in detail. And then we also understand that your reasoning is circular. Do you know what circular reasoning is?
Yes.
Yes. So if you say that you believe in the Bible because of the Holy Spirit, and you believe in the Holy Spirit because you believe in the Bible, so that's just circular reasoning. What we're trying to understand is why you felt the need to come and say that you've studied and you've read all these things and you know all of these things, but you actually don't know anything about all of the stuff you were saying. So we're trying to understand
Because
why
I
you
forgot.
believe
It's been so long. And excuse me for
we're trying to
raising my voice,
understand.
but it
We're trying
doesn't
to
take
understand.
rocket science to understand that
she wasn't quite
these
finished.
are. Yeah, but these are not like
just
for me.
didn't care.
No, and you're very condescending, and it's not.
Yeah, I can be condescending. I don't mean to be. It definitely happens. Nanya, I don't think that you're actually here in good faith. I don't think that you can question your beliefs. I'm not quite sure that you're ready. Maybe you are. can get readier from the comments without yelling at people and unleashing the vitriol. We're not trying to instill, we're trying to see if you can question past that.
At least when you crash out, make it.
Oh my God. I will say that, I don't think I was condescending. I will say I was an asshole.
No, it was me who was condescending.
Oh, well, I was just being an asshole. And, yeah, I tend to do that whenever somebody arrogantly comes up here to proclaim how they had studied in depth about religions just to get the basic shit wrong. Like, yeah.
The monks that they sat with were the monks that ride about in towns on bikes.
Also, I think it's physically impossible for Thrayle to sound anything other than just monotone. So I don't think it's possible for him to sound condescending, even if he tried to sound condescending.
Oh, you have not. You have not heard Thrayle when he gets going.
She has.
Oh, she has?
I'm kidding. No, it's literally impossible for him to not sound like anything other than just that, obviously.
Yeah, I can sound like anything else if I wanted to.
Never do that again. I hated that. That was disgusting.
Meatwad. It's Meatwad. Jess, are you not a fan of Aqua Teen Hunger Force?
No, I'm not a fan of Thrayle doing that. That's what I'm not.
Number one in the hood, G.
People assume that this is just the only thing I can do. It's just...
Thrayle, you should pull out some of your acting chops.
That was really disturbing.
I bet you any money you sing like a soprano.
No, I have the soprano voice.
I don't know if...
Listen. Yeah,
I don't know if I can maintain a soprano, but I can... I don't know. It's been a while since I sang up high. Before we get distracted into Thrayle trying to make strange sounds, we ended up with 2 guests. I'm not sure how that happened, but we'll start with the many captains of pops. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay, well, I guess that answers that question. So, Angie, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 47 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, I try to not have beliefs to deconstruct any beliefs that...
Do you have any perspective or perception that confirms to you that a god exists?
The perceptions that I have throughout the perspectives that I've been living is... I'm going to give a little introduction. My parents, they're both Catholic. I'm Portuguese. And they kind of raised us... when I say us, it's because I've got 5 brothers and sisters out of the matrix. They decided not to, if we have to choose a religion, we would be over age, like over 18, to decide not to be hypocrite and decide which religion we would like to decide to choose for ourselves when we grow up. So I grew up in the place of a lot of books about spirituality, science. My first book that I read was Never Ending Story. The second was Cosmos from Carl Sagan.
Wow, that's quite a spread just from one book to the next.
Yes, it was about 3 years difference between those 2 books. So, and we saw, I don't know if you know Richard Bach, Jonathan Lieberman Siegel. I saw the movie in VHS that time. The book is much better, though.
It's usually the case.
Yes. Since I was young, I do remember my first steps. I do remember brushing a hair of a lady that she was every night in my room. I was about 3 years old, and I remember to tell my mom. And when my mom told me to describe her, the lady that brushed my hair, I described her and she starts crying because she said she was my great grandmother. And I said that's why she loves you, and she goes every night to your room to give you a kiss of goodnight. So that's memories that I don't forget. And as life went ahead, I have premonitions before things happened
Angie,
to me.
the question I had asked is if you do have a perspective or perception on a God existing.
I think that we are all gods, and that's my perception and my perspective.
Right. What?
Because I think that we all have the abilities and
What
potential.
is a God?
Is a source of love.
A source
energy.
of love.
Mm-hmm.
So a source of love and energy. What is energy?
Energy is a frequency.
What do you mean by frequency? Is that what energy means?
It's music. It's alive. It touches.
Energy is frequency, music. It's alive. It's touch.
Mm-hmm.
Angie,
this is my perception, though, not a belief.
What does belief mean to you?
Be a lie.
I see.
Because nothing exists without yourself. Everything that you see is around you, and it's throughout your own eyes, throughout your perceptions and mirrors.
So, Angie, you're throwing out a lot of buzzwords about frequency, energy. You keep using perception, perspective, rather than belief. You think belief means to be lying?
No, I think it means a construct.
A construct.
Mm-hmm. A social construct. Because I think that we are more than social constructs.
So you think to believe in something is to construct something socially?
Well, I feel something instead of believing.
Is true.
Because I live something. I don't believe. I feel it. So I know. Believing is trying to, in my perception, obviously.
You're saying you live, you don't believe.
Well, I try to, like I say, I believe I see it as a construct. My perception of belief is a social construct. And I like to feel, because I think that we all have the notion of what's right from wrong, and what it feels that is correct in our core.
You say that we all have a notion of right and wrong. Why have you decided that? You think everyone has the same notion of right and wrong?
I think that when we're born, when we are closer to the source, before we get the constructs and the fear program.
So you think that if you left an infant unraised and unaffected by its parents, it would know right and wrong?
I think that all that is around us shape us. Is the same as the nature that is around.
Okay, Angie.
But this is my perception.
Yeah, I'm sure this is your perception. I've tried to get straight answers from you. I don't think you're actually communicating with me. I think you are waiting for your turn to talk, and that generally you're just trying to profess a belief that you cannot question. Am I right?
No, I'm answering honestly what I think. My perception.
I'm not saying answer. Question. Can you question your beliefs, Angie, or do you just assume that you know everything?
I don't know nothing. I every day.
Really, you seem to know a whole lot about.
I'm like a child.
You're like a child.
I'm always learning. I filtrate what's right from wrong.
Do you feel like you make assumptions?
Yes, I do.
Do you question those assumptions?
Always.
Can you give me the harshest critique you would have
of your idea that everyone knows right from wrong?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Can you give me a critique of your assumption that everyone knows right from wrong?
I think that would be a complex answer, but I'm going to try to explain the way I perceive it.
I'm not asking for you to explain the way you perceive. I'm asking for you to tell me something that might be wrong with your idea.
To kill is wrong. Because
so
no
you're
one
not
should...
listening to me, Angie. Yeah, it's fine. You're just hearing the word wrong.
No, to kill is wrong.
That wasn't my question.
So I'm not understanding, most likely.
Okay, so
That's
the
fair.
question he asked.
It's fair. Let me try again. So, can you tell me something that you think might be mistaken, might be a challenge? What is a question that you have about your assumption that everyone knows right from wrong?
Because we're born pure, I do understand. I do see it as we born with no sins. We born love.
Yeah, you're telling me what you already assume to be true. Can you tell me something that you question about that?
I cannot question what I don't remember. I don't. The only thing that I remember is happiness.
I'm not talking about. I feel like it's on purpose almost, but I know it's not.
But if you don't understand, if you don't want me to talk, I'll drop that. I'll drop it because I'm giving you.
I don't want you to talk, Angie. It's not about talking. You're not communicating. You're just talking. You're not hearing. You're not listening to the questions or considering what they mean or how to answer them. You're hearing a word and assuming that word represents everything I'm saying, but I'm not. And you're not listening. Maybe Hammy will have better luck with one question, but we'll see.
Yeah, so is there anything that challenges your assumption that we're all born with this knowledge of right and wrong?
I don't feel in my heart that there is any doubt.
So you don't think that there's any kind of challenging question that somebody could ask you that would make you question that assertion that we all have right from wrong?
No, that question would have to rise in order for me to feel it.
So you believe that we all have an innate knowledge that we know right from wrong, correct?
Yes.
So, are you familiar with the term psychopathy?
Psychopathy, like someone that's got a psychological problem.
Yeah.
Because of not believing, but having a perception that is different from the most part of it.
Yeah, they're born with this idea that the same notions we have come out in a different manner, and they may not know what right from wrong is.
I think that everyone knows what's right from wrong. If you do to someone else, it's something that you wouldn't like to be done to yourself.
She didn't listen at all. She didn't listen.
She didn't.
Or perhaps I don't understand what the question.
So,
can you repeat it back before answering next time? You can go ahead and ask a question, Hammy, but try to make it as concise as possible so she can repeat it back.
Okay. So, somebody who has psychopathy does not really know a lot about right from wrong. Is somebody like that, how does that challenge your notion on your assertion that they do know right from wrong?
Because I do have the perception that everyone knows the right from wrong, because it's something that you feel it, that you're doing wrong.
So they don't, though. That's what I'm saying.
As a child. That's why I said the environment that
children.
That's why I said the environment that you grow up is very important for the maintenance of
Angie, do you
healthy.
even hear the words coming out of his mouth? Can you repeat the question before answering, and that will tell us that you heard it?
Well, what I understood was that how can someone knows that it's a cycle if there's no the understanding of what's right from wrong? Am I correct?
Not exactly, but it's close enough. But the thing is that even as children, like psychopathy is noticeable in children. So even children have it.
Now, can I ask you a question?
Why would you ask me a question? What would that
about
help?
the same subject? It's the same question back, but it's kind of like imagine if you have two different backgrounds. One, it was a harmony, peaceful, loving family, and another one was an abusive family. How that would interact? How would you construct all your future?
How does any of that have anything to do with being born knowing right from wrong? How does that answer the question that Hammy was asking?
It's exactly precisely that. It does. Because I do remember when I was 3 years old, and I do remember the feeling that I had in my heart.
Okay, so you remember being 3 years old, you remember a feeling. How does that answer Hammy's question? Can you even tell me what Hammy's question was? It was... You repeated it back. How are you not able to answer?
It was about the knowing that you are right from wrong.
Okay, I got a better one. Just because, so you said that you remember a feeling you had as a child.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that your experiences are other people's experiences?
No, I'm just sharing with you because they are mine. They are my perceptions and my perspectives because of what I lived. And I think that the best thing that we have is a sharing.
Okay.
So
it's not that I'm right and you're wrong.
Angie, stop. Take a breath. It sounds like you're having a panic attack while you're talking to us. It's stressing me out, and I'm...
Well, I don't want to stress no one out. Have a great day.
Like right now, they're talking over me. Like, that's so fucking rude. I don't mean to be like abrasive at all, but why would...
It got to a point where it seemed like she was almost like, you know how whenever someone goes for an interview, and the interviewer asks, what is your greatest weakness? And they're like, well, I think my greatest weakness is that I don't have any weaknesses. It seemed kind of like her answer to that question.
Sheikh Zula says the accent could never stress him. I enjoyed her accent. I did. I did not enjoy how panicked literally everything sounded. Like it was just the pure desperation to get the words out that weren't responding to our questions. Nanya Biz says that I'm evil. Nanya Biz. Don't spam caps in the chat. So we do have another request here, NC777. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? NC777, are you with us?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 39.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in a creator, but I don't follow any religion, mainly because I think It's all bullshit.
I see. So you believe in a creator of what?
Basically a creator that, you know, made life, like, you know, made the universe type of thing. I don't believe in Catholicism. I don't believe in, you know, Jewish or whatever.
Sure, you don't believe in the Bible.
Like that. I don't believe in anything like that.
Yeah, you don't believe the Bible. So, you don't believe Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior.
I know Jesus was actually a person.
I didn't ask that. I asked if he was your Savior. Do you believe he was your Lord and Savior?
No.
Didn't unalive for you. Gotcha. So, if you believe in a creator that created, why do you believe in a creator?
Why do I believe in a creator?
Yeah, and why are we overemphasizing the Tor?
Okay, well, I'm just, all right. Well, something had to make everything. And that's the biggest reason. There's too many plot holes in the Bible. I don't understand it. I don't have faith in it.
I'm not sure why you're talking about the Bible again. You've already told me repeatedly you don't believe in it. I didn't ask about it. I was asking why you believed in a creator.
I'll move past that.
So, NC, I'm curious, how drunk are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
Oh, I'm...
Yep.
Word to Bob, I'm not drunk.
Good morning, Blake. How are you?
Blake.
Good morning. Sorry, just getting my headphones on.
No worries. How you doing? I know I usually leave you sitting longer, don't I? Instant accepted. None of your business is back, really. Didn't we already determine that you...
So why would you want to be back on the panel?
Because I want to know, why do you talk to people and then not give them a chance to talk?
Why do you do that?
Why do I talk to people and not give them a chance to talk? Nanya, do you feel like you didn't get a chance to talk when you were up here?
No, it's not. It's not just me. I'm just curious.
Just decided to speak up for, I don't know what.
Hey, you know that thing I just said that you did? You didn't really do it, but...
I did give him a chance to talk. He talked. He absolutely said things.
I think...
He absolutely said things.
I think... You know, I'm just saying in general.
Just in general, apparently.
Yeah, just in general. You know, that's clearly what you did because of reasons and shut it. That's my favorite go-to thing. It's like reasons and shut up.
Let's see if we can have an actual conversation. I'd love to have one. That'd be great. We did have one earlier. It was nice. Hey, Mozak, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
47.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Creator.
You're very difficult to hear.
Creator of like all things. I don't like to say God because that word is like, it can mean so many different things.
Yeah, you're very muffled. I heard creator.
Hang on just a second. Let me take my headphones out. If I can find the thing. I don't know, they're muffled lately. And now I can't find the thing. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you. You still sound like you're talking through a can, but yeah.
Give me a second. I'll have to go in and find them. No, I said I don't believe in anything that... I don't like saying God because there's so many. And it's vague.
So it's not a God of any scripture. It's not Jesus. It's
Well, the creator of everything, yes. But whatever. Even if there are other gods, the creator of all created everything. You get it?
Why do you think there's a creator of all?
Because in this universe, anyway, everything came from something.
Came from something.
Well, children come from their parents. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Not quite. Have you cataloged everything and determined its
No, I have
source?
not absolutely cataloged everything and determined its source, but there's a cause and effect law in the universe that we live in.
Is that a law?
So where did the creator of everything come from?
Always existed. I don't know. I haven't gotten all of the answers yet, guys. Have you?
No, I don't have any answers, Mosaic, but I'm curious why it sounds like you have at least a few more answers than some of the rest of us.
Well, I have answers that are specific to me. Like the universe speaks to each one of us in a way in which we'll understand, correct?
Okay, but I don't know actually what that even means, and that's not gonna help me know, I think.
Because I believe what I believe.
That there is I don't know how that's gonna help us understand why you assume that there's a creator of everything.
Because there's a creator of everything. This is my personal belief and my personal experience, and no, I can't prove it.
Are you capable of questioning your beliefs?
Obviously.
What do you mean, obviously? I haven't heard that obvious yet.
I was raised Baptist.
So you were capable of questioning that. Are you capable of questioning what you believe now?
Why? Well, at this point, I question everything. Because I can always be wrong.
Do you question if there is a creator of everything?
I do not question that because...
Why do you not question that?
Because I've experienced that in...
Do you hear how you said you question everything, and then the very first thing I asked if you question, you said you don't question? So
well, no, I
maybe
no
you
longer
have a different
question
scope
that.
of what everything is.
Okay, for 5 years I've been in this question everything. So there's...
For 5 years, there's a creator to everything.
Yes, through multiple experiences that are personal to me, yes.
So only through personal experiences have you been able to experience that there's a creator of everything. And in those personal experiences, what is it that verifies to you that there's a creator of everything?
Well, everything in existence that I have experienced on different timelines and different dimensions and different times.
I'm sorry,
timelines, time and space.
I'm sorry, stop for a moment. Did you just say you have experienced different timelines, different dimensions, and different time and space?
Yes.
What?
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with the?
God.
Are you familiar with like the?
Yep, I am, and you're
energetic.
Just gonna go on. Energetic what?
The energetic information that is tied to our personal frequencies. No, I'm not.
Okay. energetic what?
It's what people call the Akashic Library,
I'm
but it's
sorry,
not.
the Akashic. Can you tell me where that comes from, what that is?
They call it the Akashic Library,
Do
which
they?
is
Who are they?
well, everyone does. But that the Akashic Library is on the astral, is in the
The
astral.
Akashic Library is in the astral. Can you tell me what Akashic means?
The actual word, no, I cannot tell you what it means.
Could you tell me where that comes from? Where that word comes from?
I could have at one point in time. There's actually a being named Akash.
You say there's a being named Akash.
Something like that, but it's an energetic.
Are they the librarian?
Archangel Metatron is the librarian.
Got it.
Archangel Metatron is the librarian at the Akashic Library.
He's like he runs the library.
Do you think you're referring to the Akashic Library? Where does this concept come from, Akashic libraries?
Well, I visited the library, and the library to me.
I didn't ask that.
The concept is that I went there, I met them, and it's a literal frequency based.
Where did you get the name?
How do you? It's been called. I don't know.
Who called it that?
I don't know how I got the name. It's just I have claircognizance. I know things without knowing how I know them.
Claircognizance. Does that mean that you just know things?
Yes, I know things without knowing how I know them. Yes.
Is it possible that you have heard this name through other people saying it?
Well, I'm sure, but not before my awakening.
Have you looked into it before your awakening? Have you looked into it to see where the name?
Scrolling. That's what I was trying to tell you. Like, it's some kind of from what I like vaguely picked up, it was like some deity
kind of what?
entity.
A deity entity.
Named that, but I'm
Are you
not
sure it wasn't? Are you sure it wasn't a swindler, a con artist who named it that?
I could have very well been. And, like, I didn't go into the history of it.
Okay.
All I know
is it possible that somebody actually made up this idea and you've simply heard about it, not actually been
it's possible that they made up the name, but no, the ideal has not been made up. Whatever it's called.
You say the ideal.
Whatever this area is called, or this space is called, I understand what it does, the function. It's whatever you want to call it. This still has the same function. It's semantics, what you're getting into.
It's semantics, what I'm getting into. So if the name were culturally appropriated, used wrong, the term you're throwing around was in some way a bastardization of another word from another language.
This is the way that I understand it. There's also
but you said that
realm library.
I don't know why you're talking over me before I'm done. Why are you so defensive to this?
I'm not talking over you.
Oh,
you're picking on this one in particular thing.
I see. So when I was talking and you were talking after I had already started, that wasn't you talking over me. I see. Well, Angie, I think that, I'm sorry, Angie, Mauzak, somebody in the comments had my eye. Mauzak, do you actually, oh, she left. I didn't do that. Yeah, someone in the comments seems to be very defensive of me interrupting when my questions are not even being addressed. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt. I don't want it to sound like an argument. I believe that guest just wanted to preach, and that's not what this platform is. I'm not here as your pulpit. I am not here for you to come up and give a sermon. I am not asking for your testimony unless I ask for your testimony. I'm asking if you can question your beliefs. That's a very different thing. So if you're capable of questioning your beliefs, if you're curious enough or courageous enough to try, well, it's not meant to be a contentious challenge. It's meant to be a pleasant conversation of self-reflection and exploration into your own understanding of how you come to believe what you believe. And maybe a little bit of a challenge to how those beliefs are formed and where they come from, why you hold them. But so far, the last several guests have not been able to maintain conversation, let alone question their beliefs. I don't know that I have any hope for the current occupant of the guest queue, but we can... Yeah, no, I have no hope for that occupant. If anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're actually capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I don't think... Well, shit. Do we want to hear from Nanya again? Are they actually still waiting around? Bet they moved on. Holy crap, they waited.
I'm listening.
Are you listening? Have you learned anything?
I've learned that you're asking questions. It seems as if you don't know yourself. What is so funny?
Does it matter if I know the answers to the questions?
No, because I'm here because I want to know what you believe. Because I'm searching.
So you're... Hang on.
I have questions on my beliefs.
Sure, what I believe doesn't matter if you've paid any attention. Have you learned what I'm doing yet?
Besides interrupting everyone that's giving a comment, no.
So you haven't paid any attention at all?
What is there to pay attention to? You're not giving anybody an understanding of what you're doing.
I'm not.
Anybody's replies, you're just shutting them down.
You're saying I'm not giving anybody an understanding of what I'm doing?
No, not at all.
Just a moment, Nanya. Just hang on for just a moment. Don't speak over me. I'm going to mute you for just a second, just to make sure that I get to say this. If anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you, to argue with you. I'm not here to stand as a platform for your sermons either, but I am curious if you can question your beliefs and really critically think about what it is that you hold to be true, your assumptions, your assertions, your convictions. What is it that you believe? Why do you believe it? What does it condemn, and what does it justify? Those are just a few questions that we may or may not ask, because for the most part, the overall questions are to see if you can question your beliefs.
Okay.
Hey, Nanya, do you have any clue as to what I'm doing here?
Yes, I get it. So if we want to speak about in general, I believe everyone on this.
If anybody watching has a belief, go ahead and request on up. I didn't ask Nanya about his beliefs about the panel, so that was really not helpful. He didn't answer my question either about what I'm doing here.
You're just here to bully everybody.
Apparently.
I feel like if your belief is really strong, people having questions about it wouldn't be so upsetting to you. I don't get it.
Nanya's belief is not strong. That's the problem. It's very upsetting to him. After all, Blake, he just found out, I think, was it a week ago or 2 weeks ago, that Jesus' name is not Jesus. It's not Yeshua either, it's Yahuwah, Yeshua, I think is the way he pronounced it.
I was listening to somebody earlier tell the story about the Canaanite woman, and the person they were telling it to misheard it and thought instead of Jesus calling a woman a dog, they were saying that Jesus had a dog. And this poor child was so excited for just a moment because they thought that Jesus had a dog. And then their world was crushed as they learned that Jesus was calling a woman a dog. And it was an emotional roller coaster.
What happened to the dog?
Well, the dog never existed. That was the sad part. The dog was a woman.
That's really sad. Why? Why?
Hello.
Hey, Nanya.
Hey, Lucifer said Nunya just wants to fight. I don't want to fight. I'm not here to fight, honestly.
Hey, Nanya, I'm a mute for just a second. This is hopefully the last time I have to. I don't need you to read the comments out loud for us. You can respond in the comments if you'd like, unless I ask you something from there. But are you actually open to questioning your beliefs now?
Yes, that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay. So do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that? Oh, you did that talking over me thing. Don't do that. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And which god is that?
I said it earlier, the Trinity.
Great. So you believe the Trinity. Which Trinity is that?
The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit from the Bible?
Correct.
And you believe the Bible to be entirely true?
Yes, but your question here is, can you question your beliefs? And now
I'm asking
I can.
you, say, Nanya, I'm asking you questions to see if you can.
Mm-hmm.
You can say you can, but let's see, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So you believe the Bible to be entirely true, right?
I do.
You believe the 6-day creation?
Yes.
So that in 6 days, God created everything in that order?
Yes, sir.
And then Adam and Eve in the garden, you believe that?
Yes.
And the global flood, you believe that as well?
Yes.
When you say that you believe Adam and Eve in the garden and
six-day creation.
Mm.
Between chapter 1 and 2, which order of creation is the one that actually happened?
He formed, he created the earth and everything in it.
You've read Genesis 1, right?
Yes.
Okay. What was the order of creation?
He created the earth and the
Where does it say he created the earth? Is that the first thing? So
I forget the words. I'm sorry. Okay. I have a really bad headache. I've been going through a lot, but
interesting. So then let's just work hypothetically, unless you have a book in front of you. So hypothetically speaking, if Genesis 1 were to say that he created, let's just focus on the relevant bits, the animals and the plants and the humans, right? If it was to say he were to create the plants on day 3, the animals on day 5, and the humans on day 6, right? In Genesis 2, if it were to say that he created the man before the plants, and then he created the animals, and then he created a woman, would those be 2 different orders?
No.
Why not?
Because it's creating something living.
No, I'm sorry. I think you're misunderstanding me. It was plants on day 3, animals on day 5, and humans on day 6, man and woman. And then in chapter 2, it was man, and then plants, and then animals, and then a woman. Are those orders different? Is one of those things not like the other?
Yes.
Okay. Which one is true?
To me, I believe man was created last.
So does that mean that Genesis 2 is a lie?
Honestly, I haven't read it. I really haven't read it and remembered it. Unfortunately, my memory is a little bad because of the PTSD, to be honest. So, that's why I'm here, because
right. So if I was
understanding.
Sure, and this is something you could look up later to make sure that
I definitely will.
Yeah, being truthful. But if you were to look it up later and see that Genesis 2 gave the order that before there were plants, he made a man, and then he made a garden, and then he made animals, and then he made a woman, right? Would that then be not true? If Genesis 1 says that the plants came first, and then the animals, and then the man and woman at the same time.
Not necessarily not true, because the Bible's written by man, and man can, word it themselves, like my mom.
Sure. If a man changes the words of a story so that it's not the same story, wouldn't that mean that that story is not true? A true story would be the same, right?
Yeah, but it could be, and out of order,
Right. Wouldn't that be a difference between the stories?
Like, if there's a correct order, and then humans come along and change it,
yeah,
does that mean that it is no longer correct and it's wrong?
So you're just getting to the point of the Bible being full of errors.
didn't say full of, but if you were to look into it, do you think that it's possible that it is?
Yeah, definitely. When I say inerrant, I mean like in order of truth. Like
in order of truth. The truth would be something that is true, though, right? And if it's not true, then that would be probably not truth, right?
just because there's no order, some people may look at it like that.
I see. No order. Because in this case, the contradiction I pointed out was the order. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. If there were more differences between the two stories, if there were more, like, for instance, in one it says he parted the waters in order to create dry land. And then in the other one, it said that he was from the dry ground brought up the waters, because it hadn't yet. There was no. So which one's correct? You see,
right?
Is that just a change of order?
A description, I would say it's a different description.
A different description. One starts with all water separating, the other starts with all land getting wet. Which one's right?
Which one is right? I don't know. Which one I believe is the parting of the waters.
Why?
I guess it's because of what I've been taught.
If that's actually a fair answer, Nanya. I'm wondering if the story of Adam and Eve can have errors, such as the order given of creation, is there any chance that the rest of the story could also have errors?
Yes, and that's why I'm here. And that's now I'm reading the scriptures. The book is called The Scriptures, and trying to find out, like, how much did King James twist the word, because I'm just learning all this.
Right. That's the King James version that does have a lot of problems. A lot of the questions I'm asking would, I think, apply to even the original text or what we have of them.
The scriptures? Do you believe in, like, because I'm searching, honestly.
What I believe doesn't matter, Nanya. That's kind of the thing here.
Yeah, but it'll help.
Right. No, I don't think it will. What I believe...
People get a different, perspective.
Sure, you can get different perspectives all over the place. What I believe doesn't matter to the exercise we're doing here. This is not about trying to latch on to what somebody else believes for either adoption or attack. This is about to hear what you believe and to ask you questions about it in a way that makes you critically examine it.
Yeah, this is good. This is why I stayed on, because I now think, since I've been on, like, these questions here, can you question your beliefs? And I'm like, wow, I think everybody can question their beliefs, because there's so much deception,
So, surprised how many people do come up here who realize they can't question their beliefs.
Well, that's not good, because that's like a person thinking they've arrived and they know it all, and there's nothing worse than being around a person like that, in my opinion.
Well, rather than talk about other people who non-specifically are not here, because that's kind of vague and weird, let's get back to the questions. So, as far as
your belief in a God goes. You believe the Bible. You said you believed it to be true, but we've discovered that you found some errors.
Yes.
And we've shown you some.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still believe the Bible to be entirely true?
True, and it's God's word, and what He wants us to know. Yes, but if man wrote it, there's definitely errors. You know, you
True
can go.
in that it's what God wants us to know. Why did you?
Yeah, it's like.
Why do you
it's like,
decide it's what God wants us to know?
because the laws make sense. Like it's like a mirror.
Which
It's
laws?
the Ten Commandments.
Only the 10.
You know, I know.
What about the other?
I know. There's so many more. Hundreds. I know.
603.
Yeah.
So
Well, I haven't studied those. I haven't studied those, so I don't know about them.
And which
because
10
I know
is
the
it?
10. You want me to name them?
Well, is it the 10 that are called the 10, or is it the 10 that you think are the 10?
Yeah, the 10 that are called the 10. They're starting with
Well, hang on. You said the 10 that are called the 10.
Yeah.
I wonder, Hammy, do you have
It's
your
the
Bible handy?
it's the yeah, I have them all around. But it's the but no, love thy neighbor, do not steal, do not commit murder. Those 10. Yeah. Love thy mother, and father, and those 10.
Set up.
Hammy, I was just curious if you remembered the other 10, which part that was in.
Hold on.
It's a few chapters later.
It was a couple. So, the original 10, those came out first, and then the 10 that is known as the 10 come out later. So, the original 10 commandments had things like don't boil a calf in its mother's milk. Give me just a sec. I'm gonna pull
the original 10. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Let me just say this.
What happened to the tablets?
Moses supposedly broke them.
And then?
And then rewrote them.
Did he write the same laws on them?
That I don't know. I thought he did. I thought he wrote the same ones, but now, just put it this way, the more I've thought I knew, I'm realizing I don't know, and it's
then
very
why would you believe it?
It's very frustrating.
Then why would you believe it at all, Nanya?
That's why I'm here. I'm questioning my beliefs.
I see that, but why would you hold to it at all? Is it just because it's what you were taught? Is that the only reason that holds you to it?
Honestly, yes. And I said it earlier, tradition has been so deceiving that I am like almost about to cry. Like I am really upset.
I can understand.
Like it really is. It's really, really, really upsetting.
Catch a deep breath here. I'm wondering, Nanya. If this God is...
There is a God. There is a God.
You're saying there is a God. There is a God.
There really is. And
why? Why are you saying that? Is that out of comfort?
Conception form alone, like reproduction system alone, like there's.
I'm sorry.
Who
You're kind of just saying
something
things.
like that?
Reproduction system.
Yeah.
Which
that in itself,
system?
how can
Just
you-
the mammalian reproduction system? Which one are you
Yeah,
talking
like,
about? Why just
the-
ours?
in general, like
Are there other
in
systems?
the animals, the plants. I mean, who can be so miraculous in creating such beautiful things? The seeds, the plants, the animals, the
You're
human
saying
body.
who could? Why do you keep thinking it's a who? Why must there be a who to create?
Because what else would it be? I mean, my mom,
Stop
she
there.
conceived.
Stop there. You said, what else would it be?
Yeah.
So stop.
How
Stop
could
there.
it be something else?
Stop there. You ask that question dismissively, right? How could it be something else? But I want you to ask it seriously and take the how off. Could it be something else?
Right.
Could it?
My mind goes to something my mom used to say. She believed in evolution, you know?
Okay.
And my mom was very smart, you know? And she told me once, she's like, get out of here with that bullshit, you know? Meaning religion, you know? And I figured she was so smart, she couldn't understand something so simple, you know? Faith comes, you know, and it's a simple belief, but now I'm learning that it's really complicated, you know? And
Did your mother believe just in evolution? She didn't believe in a God?
she said the church distorted her faith because she used to see the nuns and the fathers having sex and drinking, and they were really bad. But
so she couldn't have faith in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get wild.
Yeah.
So because of that, she lost her faith. Is that?
Yes.
You said distorted, but
yes,
was it lost?
Yes.
So
She was brought up at, you know, Catholic, but she didn't raise us in the church or ever talk about God.
So what is it that made you go to God?
I just feel like it's been my calling. Like I said, I searched.
Was the rest of your family Catholic?
Yeah.
So it was more like your mom was kind of the outlier. Everyone else was
None of them. When I finally accepted Christ as, you know, my God, my grandmother went crazy. She like, you're not a Christian, you're Catholic, and that's what we believe. I'm like, I never seen any one of you ever go to church, ever pick up a Bible, ever talk about God. Like, how the hell can you say we're a freaking Catholic, you know?
Right. So for you, it was just kind of a.
It was as a kid. I used to see the kids leave school for religious instructions, and I used to want to go, and like, my mom never even let us go. Like, so I found it on my own at 30 years old.
At 30.
Millions of dollars in my pocket. I was a millionaire, and I had all the shit, and I was scavenging through my bags one day, and I'm like, what the fuck did what did I pick up? I feel like I need, like I didn't pick it up, or I didn't buy it, or I'm scavenging through bags, and I'm like, I just sat down. Beautiful white leather couches, fucking houses, cars, trips. I'm like, I need God. And
why?
I started to search for God because I felt empty inside. I was searching for something that nothing, no money, no sex, no drugs could fulfill. Honestly, man.
I'm hearing you, Nanya.
And I didn't find God in the pit where most people do. They fall on their ass and they have nowhere else to look but up. I didn't find God. I was at the pinnacle when I found my truth.
Do you think
but the more I read the word, the more I learn, is I feel like I don't know what the hell is going on.
Right.
And now finding out about his name, I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm not the smartest person in the room, but Why are these pastors okay and these bishops and apostles and ministers okay with sharing this fucking name that's not even his name? It's really pissing me off, man. It's real. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Here I am giving all this fucking money to these churches or these tithes that I'm not even supposed to be giving fucking tithes. I'm learning now. I'm pissed.
I'm hearing you.
I'm pissed.
Why?
I've been deceived, and it's like shit, man. I come from nothing. I made it a little bit. I got an education. I got a little educated in the spiritual realm, and now when I think I'm a little, off the fence, and I'm not lukewarm anymore. I'm now finding out about tithing, and I'm finding out about his name. And these fucking pastors are here with their hands out, knowing I'm a single mom, knowing I'm an orphan, knowing I'm a widow, knowing this shit.
I hear you, Nanya. That's huge.
Terrible.
You put
It's
your
like
life.
you want to just fucking curl up in a ball and just like hide from the world, man. But I want to know the truth. I want to know. I believe that there's a heaven and there's a hell, and I don't want to burn in fucking hell.
Let me ask you, Nanya, what before?
Yeah, because there's good and bad, and you could see it. It's obvious. There's a lot of bad people out. There's a lot of good people too.
Do you think? You say there's a lot of good and bad, but then you said there's good and bad.
Yeah.
People. Who's deciding what's good and bad? When you look around and see things are good and bad, who's making that decision that it's good or bad?
I mean, it's if they're hurting you. You're feeling it. You people are killing each other. People are hurting one another. That's bad.
That's not what I asked.
It's not good. It's not life.
Who's deciding that? Who decided that was good or that was bad?
Like you yourself, the light in you. You have good in you. You have bad in you.
You look around and see things that are good and bad that you decided are good and bad.
Yeah.
If you're capable, Nanya, of deciding when you see things are good or bad, then why do you assume that there's a God involved at all?
Because he gives you free will.
What do you mean he gives you free will? It seems like a kind of a stock response somebody else told you. What do you mean he gives you free will?
All right, then if we're gonna, because I took up philosophy classes too, and that just blew my mind. I was like, oh shit.
So you know that free will, we could go into the libertarian route. And what does that even mean?
Forget it.
Yeah, so he didn't do that.
Right, like it's just okay. If you want to just say it to you, you have free will. We have free will.
You're saying
How do we have free will?
But yeah.
Say it again, Hammy.
How do we have free will?
It's a choice.
So we have a choice, but how is it free will?
Because you're doing it on your own will, with your own,
Are we?
What is will?
Nothing's stopping us. Nothing stopping us. Obviously, we can do what we feel.
Free will, I can just fly if I want to. Just jump up in the air, spread my wings, and fly away.
Yeah. If you wanted to, I had fucking dreams like that too. I don't mean to keep cursing, but I had dreams like that too.
Slow down, Nanya. You're kind of shouting. I know you're going through something. Go ahead, Blake.
Oh no, I was just being a smart ass.
Okay.
Don't fly.
So could I right now like literally sprout wings laws.
No.
So it doesn't seem that wouldn't be free. Like we have some restraints, right?
Right.
So you're talking about choice. God gives you choice. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Between what? What?
I mean, if you want to take God out of the picture, then we have a choice, without God, right? Not a lot of people believe in God.
So hold that thought for just a second. Just really 1 second. Take God out of the picture. That thought. Just hold that for just a second while I'm trying to pull something up here. Not your fault. There we go. Really quick, I need to thank Blake, Heather's Descent, Jason, Amora, and also Hannah. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you helping with that last goal. If you're still holding that thought, with God out of the picture, I just want to ask you, what does that look like to you? God out of the picture.
Forget about it. You want to go down this rabbit hole?
I just had you hold the thought for a whole 30 seconds because I wanted to go down this rabbit hole.
We go down a lot of different rabbit holes, but this one, we definitely want to go down.
Yeah. Well, if with God out of the picture, it's my choice. Forget about it. I'll be out doing what I always did, being a diva, just being, a very selfish person.
Why?
That's it.
Why?
Because that's how we're made. That's it. It's innate.
Stop. You say that's how we are made, and you said forget about it. Like
humans, it's innate.
Right. Stop. But you say that like we should just automatically know that. Why do you think that absent a God, you, Nanya, would do harmful things or not, and just be selfish? I think you said. Why do you think that?
Because I lived it. Bing bong.
But you said that you
said.
Yeah, because somebody put that in the message. Somebody said, "Forget about it." Bing bong.
You said that you were living that, but it made you got to a point where you felt empty, like emotionally empty. So do you think that people ever feel that and then find a way to emotionally fulfill themselves outside of religion?
Sure. Of course.
Is that something that
doing it? I'm in all types of classes. I mean, call me a trisexual. I'll try anything once. I'm doing it. I know that there's just so much for me to learn. I'm at a stage right now. I'm at a place right now where I'm unlearning what I've been taught, what I've learned throughout life. I've learned that the system is broken. I've learned that I've been programmed. I've learned that this has been a lot of deception, and I'm not having it. I want to go to my church and flip out. I really want to really flip out. How can you take money from a single mom knowing that I'm in debt right now because of my past life, because of wilding out, because of spending and living a luxurious life, but you know this of my past and you're still taking money from me? You still okay with having the 10% that's not biblical, that's not truth, that I'm just finding out now? I really want to flip out on my pastors. And for my past, like, I literally put myself in anger management 3 times, like, because I have no filter. Like, I don't like bad people. I don't like people who manipulate other people, who abuse other people. Like, it really bothers me. And so they're not off the grid. Like, they can get it too. Like, serious.
Okay. I think Blake's got a question. I assumed from the mute.
Yeah, well, I was going to say something, but I think I kind of forgot it. But those emotions, I would say, are very valid. Like tithing, I would agree, completely disgusts me. So I would just like to mirror a little bit that is completely valid reaction to finding out that the church system is a business when you've been told that it is this like holier than like the secular system entity that is supposed to do no wrong. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's rough.
It's so hard,
especially when you're looking for it to be a place to help resolve
yes
some of the things that are going on within your life. And but the fact that you were able to see that what's going on and not just be like, oh whatever, and wave it away, shows that you are actually.
Listen, I know there's a God. Really quick, Blake. I was a student at the Alliance University, former Nyack College. It was a private Christian college, and they just shut the school down. And it was my you know, like, it's like my sanctuary. It's another platform that I really, you know, like, trusted and you know, love. Way a year later, I don't remember the timeline, but as I was mourning his death, my mom passed away just before that, and my grandfather just before that. Then my school shuts down, and I'm like sitting during this time mourning and healing, and you know, I feel like God showed me, he's like, stop crying, because what you learned is all you needed. And like, I believe like it worked in my favor, because if that school would have been, you know, still open, I would be all the more brainwashed, and like, it worked in my favor. And like, all these now revelations that I'm receiving is like God telling me, because he sees you seeking, you know, and if you're on a path of enlightenment, like, you're really studying and you're really searching and your heart is open, like, you're going to find the truth. And that's what I've been doing, you know.
Why would it be God telling you anything?
Again, it's an enlightenment, you know. If you want to take God out of the equation, then it's just, you know, your soul searching for the light and the truth, for a better outcome and a better peace of mind. I could only speak for myself, you know.
What do you mean your soul searching for light? Couldn't you find better outcomes without that?
Like, where else do you look? If I'm coming from a life of sex, drugs, and rock and roll, you know, I come out of that industry. I come out of that lifestyle, and that your soul, the innermost being, your mind, you know. And that's why I said earlier that my memory isn't, you know, like, my memory is good at just speaking of it at the moment. When there's 100 million freaking avenues that are, or doors open in my mind, because I have so much on my mind, like I can't put it in words right away. So that's why I said you're evil, because you just keep shutting down people like before they could even get it in their mind, like to talk about it. Like, it's not that I forget, it's just to bring it up like right away when there's 100 things on my mind. It's almost impossible. But to come out of that lifestyle, you have to renew your mind. You have to start, studying books to improve your life, to improve your mind. Like, how else am I supposed to learn? Like, if I don't open up these doors, and if I don't go through these doors, if I don't sit and listen to, things like this, like, I'm just learning how to use TikTok. I don't even freaking use like social media. Like, I don't even know how to use this shit, man. But I stood on because, like, I'm eager to learn, like, the way other people see things, and the way other people's mind works. Like, I'm an introvert. I'm really not around people. I don't, anymore, because I come out of that morning, noon, and night. I was.
Why don't you take a breath for just a moment? Catch your breath. Just for a moment.
Uh-huh. It's a lot.
It is a lot.
And I'm 50, so probably older than all of you here, But not to say, like, because people still go through a lot, like, at a young age, so.
Do you need God to be real in order to be a good person?
No, because there's a lot of good people that don't believe in God. I see that every day.
What do you need God for?
What do I need God for, did you ask? It broke up.
Yes, what do you need God for?
I guess a hope for a better tomorrow, or the strength that I feel I don't have right now, or the wisdom or the knowledge that I guess my source, my resource for everything that I desire. I know it's within me. I just have to find ways how to cultivate it. So I rely on, I guess, God. I was raised without a father, so, and I just found out my father, who I thought was my father, isn't my fucking father. It's just a lot. So I guess God is somebody that I would hope to be there. It's a lot. I just feel like I'm just going through a rebirth or something. I don't know. It's a lot. Like I said, I'm relearning, unlearning what I've been taught, and just trying to relearn and be enlightened with the truth. That's why I stood on.
I appreciate you, Nanya. I think you've been very brave, despite my pushing.
Thank you. I appreciate you too.
I think I'm going to go ahead and let you down. I appreciate you answering the questions, and I hope you keep asking them.
Okay.
I'm definitely going to have more for you if I see you again, and I hope I do.
Thank you. Me too.
Keep asking
Thanks,
questions.
everyone. Thank you. Take care.
Take care, Nanya.
I'm glad that we went ahead and accepted him that last time.
I have to figure out how to unmute him in chat, because now I think he definitely ran that back.
Wait, I can do that.
I got him. Yeah.
You got him?
He can,
okay.
Yeah.
There you go. If you're still here, Dunya, you can now speak in the chat again. Yeah, I'm really glad that we allowed him to come back up again, because I think that was very cathartic for him.
Okay, well, if anybody else watching has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up.
Did you notice that I just let the silence linger there that time, Thrayle? I just want you to know, though, it absolutely killed me.
I could tell.
Yeah. I was like, I'm just going to stay quiet for a minute, and then it lingered, and I was like, oh, I don't like the silence.
Hello, Alicia. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay. Don't know if you're there.
Is she loaded in?
She is loaded in on my screen.
Because I see her on mine as well, but it's just a black box.
Okay, well, we'll set her back down. That could be a glitch. She can request back up, of course. We couldn't hear you, Alicia. Let's see if anybody else is actually there. Q.
Well,
Alicia's back. And still a black box. Uh-oh. Nanya, don't spam the caps in the chat. I just unmuted you.
Ruin it for yourself.
I know. He had a big W on the panel, and I let him leave with his god intact. Alicia, can you hear me?
Alicia, if you are there, you are up on panel, and we would like to
Like,
speak
help
to
me
you.
out understand.
Oh, there you are.
What?
There we go. Now we sounds like we could hear you for a second there.
TikTok or whatever.
Alicia, are you there? You cut out for a second. Now we heard you. Now we don't.
Delay. I think she has a really bad delay.
It's so laggy that the bars haven't even caught up yet.
This platform.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and set you back down, Alicia, and I think you'd probably do best to type out your question. question, since it sounded like you just had a question. And if you are open to actually questioning your beliefs, though, that would be the reason to request back up. We spoke to many captains earlier, didn't we? Did we? I remember them being on panel for a moment. Oh, we are solely relying on my memory. Many captains.
Sorry, I was with the customer.
Welcome up. We spoke earlier, didn't we?
No, this is my first time actually being up here, but I was in the chat.
That's what it was. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
Yeah, 38.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. I do believe in a God, that he created us and everything around us.
Which God is that?
The God of overall, the God that gave a son to be sacrificed for.
So the God of the Bible. Have you read the Bible?
Correct. I'm sorry. What was the?
Have you read the Bible? From
Yes, I have.
Sounds like we sound like birds when we all chirp in. have you read it from beginning?
Sorry
to
about
end?
that.
Yeah.
I've read it from cover to cover. But again, we're all on.
See, that was the question. Was really just if you had read it from beginning to end. I was curious. It's not a gotcha. It helps me understand kind of.
Oh, I
a
see.
little bit more.
Okay.
So you haven't read it from beginning to end, but do you believe the stories within it to be entirely true and literal?
Yes.
So like the 6-day creation is really what happened 6 days in that order.
Right. We know that there's an order, but due to man twisting and kind of
You're already
missing
answering the point I brought up earlier. You were watching,
right?
But I wasn't asking you that specifically. I'm just asking, is it in that order in Genesis
1? I believe so. Yeah.
I see. So why do you believe that?
I believe it because he basically started with the foundation first.
Which foundation was that?
Well, before Earth, he created the heavens, which is what it starts with.
Does it say that? Sorry, does it say that he created the heavens before the earth?
Yes.
Where does it say that?
I don't have my Bible on me right now. But
are you just saying that in the sentence that the word heavens comes before the earth? Is that what you mean? Or is that
right?
Does it say? So it doesn't say he created the heavens before the earth. It just says when he began to create the heavens and the earth, like heavens and earth, right?
Correct. Sorry, my words there, but yeah, exactly.
So because of the order of the words in the sentence, you believe that to mean something, that he created the heavens before the earth. Would it change your perspective if you were to read the original Hebrew, and hypothetically, if it were to translate, or you come to understand it not as in the beginning he created the heavens and the earth, but rather when he began to create, comma, the heavens and the earth being formless and without void, comma, and then he puts, the rest of it. Would that alter, like, your perception of him creating the heavens and the earth if the Hebrew were to say that it was already there?
Wait, well, what do you mean that it was already there?
When he began to create the heavens and the earth, being formless and without void.
Oh, you're saying, right, you're saying the foundation was already there. He built on it. Got you. Got you.
As is interpreted by some people.
Right, that part, yeah. And then that's the thing. It's like when they translated, things were kind of tweaked.
And right, that were the original. That were the original, and that were the way it was understood. Would that alter your perception that he created, the heavens and the earth before, like in that order? Would that change your idea that the order mattered to the sentence?
Well, yeah.
Why?
I can't argue with that. Yep.
No, I
that
appreciate
would change.
Have you studied the original Hebrew?
No, I have not.
Does it seem possible to you that your understanding could be based on poor translations?
Possibly, yes, this is true. Because a lot of people, I guess I would include myself, the masses believe certain iterations that were slightly changed. So their perspectives on that in the beginning, and not just the beginning, but throughout, has been changed. Yeah.
So how is it that you know any part of this to be true at all, if the perceptions and the translations have shifted so far from the original?
Well, I based my belief on, because you have to divide truth from a lie, or you have to really have the knowledge, not even just the knowledge, but the discernment to.
What is discernment?
Huh?
What is discernment?
Discernment is spiritual truth given.
Spiritual truth giving?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I mean, there are other words for it. I call it downloads, but
spiritual. What does that mean? Spiritual. Let's start there.
Okay. Spiritual is everything not seen. It's not physical. It's something beyond the realm we can see.
The downloads
physically.
You get are unseen.
Correct.
So anything unseen is spiritual.
Correct.
Could it be felt, heard, and smelt, but not seen? Why is it only unseen that makes spiritual?
Well, I would say to that feel it like the wind. You can feel that, it exists, but like something that resides in you, like me, that has a soul, that's unseen, that's there.
What is a soul?
What is a soul?